And they've been running those more passive games. We've seen that on Sandhawk from them. Placements have been huge, and especially at this point, getting those placements, getting into that smash zone, that could be a whole different story. We get the shift on the zone as well. Team Secret not in a bad spot whatsoever, centered up with some cover to play with.
Emre taking down Redox as Falcons made a quick rotate towards the center of the circle, going for a lot more of these recently. APG trying to move through the circle. This is slightly late. They cleared the western side, but they were bold on their push towards the east. Zhor's already down. Reefus has knocked out the vehicle. Oh, it's a dangerous gambit, Jackie.
It's a very deadly game they're playing. Trying to focus on so many different angles because of where they found themselves trapped. Limited cover to play with. Shots in the backline still coming in from Doxy. Ahead of them, it's he that's also trying to take peaks back over. In the meantime, Aura go out. Seems like Power have kicked off the fight versus Yangon as well. And SayCloud, that one gets stolen away from Red and Karia, whilst 4-5s continue the fight versus E-Arena, and Alpha Gaming just try and find some form of cover.
SayCloud going down is very dangerous for Yangon Galacticos, considering how strong he's been for the squad. They do get a re-knock, but now Yangon Galacticos down to 2 versus the 3 coming through from Power. Al-Haji is fully flushed out there. So a 3v3 effectively, unless another player goes down, dropping Yangon to just 2. In a similar boat with APG in those moments. Smile gets taken down by Ragnar. A match point might just not be found in this match as Yangon Galacticos are out.
A sigh of relief for many other teams in the lobby with Power pulling off that play. Their eyes lighting up as they see the Elim feed starting to fill with Yangon's name. But for Alpha, the journey continues. Fragmented though, down to the 2 players, just Doc and Reefus that are trapped apart from one another. Bullets out from Reefus onto the back of Doc C. He's trying to take the peaks on this.
Tough game now for Alpha Gaming with just the 2 players. This is really rough. Reefus hits the deck also. This is Alter Ego, almost about to lose Krypton at distance from Tizzy. Out in the blue. You'd be furious if you're Alter Ego. This was a very, very good opportunity for them to catch up in the rankings.
For Nonshin, I don't think this will be a Dr. Dre play. They won't forget about Doc trapped in behind the rocks. Via Flux taking the head-to-head versus Regnum Karia with a third party from Team Secret as well. Tizzy has already shown us how much turmoil he can cause in this lobby with the shots over onto Krypton of Alter Ego. You get the replay here of a very important fight as well. That was Power versus Yangon that resulted in them going out.
Alter Ego's doing great work. Moana with a big nade. Hits the double. Alva's been taking some nice shots from Alter Ego, and that's outside in the blue, making the most of this zone, but he knows he's got to get back in because just like that, the play zone was doing a huge amount of damage. I think he just about made it through, but that's another great nade from Tizzy over towards Rosemary, leaving them down to just the 1 player. Where is that nade going? Got no more left now, wasn't able to confirm over towards Rosemary. Alva's back up on his feet. Moana's dropping the smokes.
Tizzy's trying to get in close range. Wants to put the shot into good use. Tag from the side. Alva gets a visual on him. Nade up from the teammate. Good peek back in. It's Binny in the back that hits heavy with the DBS. You're going for the pickup. The car drives by. Moana runs into the barrel and goes down. See you later, Alter Ego.
Almost all of our big ticket teams are down now. Regnum Karia, DRX, Alter Ego, Moible. But it's Alpha Gaming surprisingly getting Reefus back up on their feet. This game's not done yet for this squad.
It seems like they smell blood in the water off the fight from Alter Ego. The bounce on the nade. That one's going to arc you back up and get you a little bit clammy in the hands. Reefus has 4 nades of his own to reply with. Casts one in close. Binny rocks over. They can play off one another. That's the manpower advantage they have. And Reefus, he's on an island. The nade bouncing over the top as well. Reply with the molly to force him out of position. He's being burnt, cooked in position. They just need to get close to finish him.
Gets tagged by the flames as well, and that will be Reefus going down here. Now just Doc, the big man himself. 27 elims during the playoffs. It is a massive result for a singular player here. Can he hold his own? At least get themselves some more points going into the next match to make that match point slightly easier. For Yangon Galacticos, it's 8 that they'd need to breach in our first angle of the day, and Doc's out, and it's power of all the teams to make it happen. Making these games interesting, taking down both Yangon and APG, the Giant Slayers.
Heavy is the hand from Power today, as they are running through these teams. They take the fight to 4 frags from distance as well. Confidence to split, it's easy that was able to strip Falak out of the competition.
4 frags not doing too badly on this match. 9 eliminations. Good result for them. Nice shot through from IQ. Once again over towards Easy, being left behind as Vahiden has to wrap back round again to wrap Vahiden with bandages. Get Easy back up on his feet as quickly as possible, because this blue is starting to push in and it hits hard. That might be both of them going down. In fact, Vahiden's very lucky to get out of there as quickly as he did.
Had me scared, man. The drive through the blue, the wide turning circle. The play zone still going to nip at the heels of Easy as well. So it's starting to go south for Power bit by bit. 4 frags taken to pieces as well. Team Secret engage on top of them. Nongshim Red Force just watching, biding their time. You've got the 2-player push-up close towards the Falcons that are catching whiff of this.
Core and Ralph. Deadly duo here. The IGL. And the slayer of squads, Koa himself. Good nade up from Zizzy. More Molotovs thrown through, just delaying what Falcons can do here. The blue's going to force them out into unfavorable engagement between them. There's a car coming in.
Nice Team Secret having a bit of a scout on that one. See if they want to commit to it. Zizzy on the peek up, only able to grab one. The boa constrictor himself poises, hits back.
No!
Oh, straight into the nade. And goodbye Falcons, as Team Secret shut them down. Power are still in play, but of course it's only that duo that remains alive right now.
Team Secret whispering death in the ears of these other teams. A nade over the top, it looks to go fairly long, bounces over the top, a huge amount of damage off the back of that one. No team is inside the circle. Nongshim Red Force taking this time to move out towards the south side and get some big angles. Another nade up towards the backside of Power there, should be going down now. Ragnar attempts to deny the points, but it's slightly late. It's Team Secret up against Nongshim, a 3v3.
So many wide open sight lines to work with. Zizzy realizes he's got to get up close and provide some cover for himself, but it's an instant connection. First man falls, leaving only 2. They can't play to get him back up. They've got to focus on the crosshairs instead.
That will be Nongshim Red Force taking the first chicken dinner of the day. What a fantastic result for them. I mean, to be quite frank, from their region, Nongshim Red Force plays extremely strange throughout this entire tournament. It's a whole different style because we're used to very defensive kind of plays from that region overall. But Nongshim Red Force shows us a completely different, deadly, angry side from that team.
We've seen them running headfirst into danger time and time again. And this is another one of these games where they come out swinging. Exciting stuff though, with Power causing that struggle in the lobby, taking the fight to the teams that are so close to that point barrier and making it uncomfortable, giving other squads a chance now.
They've just painted a target on their back.
Oh yeah.
Power's made some very powerful enemies in this game. But I don't think they'll be stopping anytime soon. I like that they're just playing these games out with not a care in the world. They just want more points on board. But the same can be said for a lot more teams. Getting towards their angle. No team on match point just yet.
Cybertron's future is near. Autobots, roll out! This planet reeks of weakness. Your courage reignites my spark. We'll crowd a new load of Cybertron. Roll for freedom. A victory for all sentient beings.
Well, Nongshim Red Force here gets a big Sandhawk win to get them into day number 3 of the grand final here for PMWC, but also those top teams shut down to start off day number 3. Joining me, Neptura, as well as Max Man, to talk about this one. Max, Nongshim Red Force, actually, we spoke about it at the beginning of the day. These wins for these teams, even if they're not able to challenge for number 1 by the end of the day, this is still big wins potentially for these teams.
If you get in the top 5 at the end of today, you're going to make big money at the end of this one. So, of course, they had a ton of eliminations, get the 10 placement points. We'll have to see when the leaderboards pop up to see how much of an increase they really got. But Nongshim Red Force, if there's any point in time you want to get a win, it's right now, especially on the very last Sandhawk of this year currently when it comes to globals. So that's going to be a very impactful one for their team.
21 points go their way. Team Secret gets 13. 4 Thrives has come alive once again. But Nongshim Red Force here, Neptura, to focus on the winners here for a moment. They had the compound and they had some great transitions afterwards.
Yeah, I really liked how they played this, actually. You saw them take advantage of, in that zone in the mid-game, one of the only easy entry points that circle had to offer. They actually had a split down onto the southwest side, blocking that entry point. You know, APG do come through a little bit, but those other teams, they had to actually fight to get into the zone. And so actually Nongshim were able to just farm eliminations after that.
I mean, the compound is quite good, though. You're looking at this first page of the leaderboards for this match. Guess who we're not seeing? No Yangon Galacticos, no Alpha Gaming.
Hooray!
They're not in the Smash Run just yet.
I want more games.
I want 6 games if we can. Going on to the second page, here you go. Yangon Galacticos, 2 eliminations. Alpha Gaming, 1 placement point. There's still enough time for these teams to try and play catch-up.
No, definitely. Only the 2, only the 1. So we will see a little bit of an opportunity here for the rest of this lobby to really do something about it. Again, it's an almost insurmountable try and catch up to where they are currently here, Neptura. But we've seen crazier things, like, for example, Alter Ego in a group stage day, right? 78 points on a day. So some of these teams are very capable of huge point gains.
Right, they are. And Alter Ego actually didn't have too bad of a game in that Sandhawk. So it is going to be interesting to see what they can do in the bigger maps in those Orangles, right?
Yep.
But yeah, Nongshim for Thrives, Team Secret as well, able to just push through those points, get as many eliminations as possible. It is nice to see that as we look over at the top damage dealers, we're seeing those names coming in, but none of them are the top teams.
You know what I'm seeing, Max Man?
Which one? What are you looking at?
Sandhawk numbers right now. This is...
Oh, I waited for that. That's been a while.
It's been a while, hasn't it? There's not, some decent limbs here and there, but nothing huge coming out from our Sandhawk.
It's all over the place.
Yeah.
These numbers are going to be very consistent between all the teams. Actually, I was talking about Nongshim Red Force. They're fighting, which is not quite what we see. Nongshim Red Force like to have a central compound. We wait, we chill, we get the points, we get a few eliminations that just naturally come our direction. No, here, actually, you mentioned it a little bit earlier here, Niptro, sweeping the western side, getting involved versus Alpha Gaming, versus the side of Alter Ego, trying to also third-party fights on the southern side. I think it was against Falcons. They were so involved. They're hungry for that massive prize pool increase in the leaderboards.
They're actually being proactive for once, which so far we have not seen from them at all. But you're right. They're sweeping that southwest side. They're moving on to Alter Ego. They're clearing that team. They're moving back down to the south side. It did get a little bit hairy. I thought they took a little bit too long. They slowed right down up against Falcons. But once that was cleared, they were able to take advantage of this fight happening to regroup and then spread out again over the south side and able to take that chicken.
Yeah, I was going through the replays. I think one very important thing that needs to be stated about Nongshim Red Force is they were using the rocks to their full advantage. They were getting so many angles, and of course, when you're looking at Team Secret, you're looking at power. They're going downhill. They only have a few trees. If you have the off angles, there's really not much these teams can do against you. So Nongshim Red Force had a great map knowledge here at the end of this match.
Also a little bit of a dichotomy between a lot of their previous wins and this one, right? Because this one wasn't just sitting in a compound and waiting for the game to come to you. This was a bit more proactive from Nongshim Red Force.
It was really nice that they took the zone rather than have the zone handed and still do something or not, as we've seen before. It was really nice that they were like, hey, that zone over there, it's ours. But here we go. Overall. 4th place coming into this one game.
Okay, Max, they came in at what, 11th today?
They were in 11th position before this one. 11th place is $50,000 if you stay in that position at the end of today. If you're in 4th position and they remain there, that's $120,000. That's possibly a $70,000 chicken dinner that's just been secured by Nongshim Red Force.
That's terrifying. That is terrifying. I don't know if I could keep up with that kind of pressure. That's crazy stuff coming in from them. But again, look how close it is between all of those teams. Now again, to get this over the barrier here, Yangon and Alpha did not have a good start to today, so their points are barely shifted. Maybe an opportunity to try and catch up with them, but still all eyes will be focused on that position.
Yeah.
Wait, so I want to jump on this one. Fourth Rise also jumping up. They were initially in 8th position, if I'm not mistaken, with 68 points. So also pretty big jump. We said it, top 5.
Nice.
Prize point increase is significant for Pakistan. This first game was an absolute banger.
That'll be 100,000 or 110. I'm not quite sure. I'm not, without me checking it right now, but yeah, big jumps are still very much available here for PMWC. One question, whilst we take a look at our 9th through 16th as well here, Neptura, is that the last time we get to see Sandhawk for a while? Now that Rondo's coming in.
I'm so sad. Hey, it was a great Sandhawk to end on. Hey, yo.
I prefer Rondo. I'm happy.
No, I am. It was a good one to end on. I think it was a really nice Sandhawk to end on. Yeah. The thing I want to mention though, just very quickly, is that if I was APG, if I was Yangon after that game, I would be concerned because those 3rd to 6th teams all placed there, they were the ones who stepped up massively in this game. 4th Thrives, WBG were there. You had Nongshim Red Force as well, right? All those teams right behind starting to step up. What do we see in Erangel?
Well, let's look at it. Well, let's see who's been able to perform so far. Yangon Galacticos up at number 1 here for our Erangel so far. Weibo, though, Max, you've had your eyes on them to be able to do something?
I mean, yeah, their angles have been so good, but they just get a little bit too hyper-focused on specific fights. If they can see the bigger picture, possibly here, they can try and rise up to the occasion, actually start breaching that top 2 position. The price point increase would also be quite significant getting into that top 2. But Weibo, I said it earlier, Suk, we love you with the explosive bow. Maybe it's time for the S12K. Maybe that change of weapon can actually give them an opportunity to have even more team fighting capabilities to rise up in the leaderboards.
For them, I'd also like to see them actually take a few better angles. I think they split up quite effectively, but I want to see a few more alter ego angles coming into that. I want to see that influence because I think those angles are so beneficial for certain teams that I think that actually Weibo would actually do well to be influenced by that.
Let's get to it then. We have 3 Erangels potentially here for the last day of PMWC as we head over to the grassy pastures for game number 2 of the day here with our commentators.
Thank you very much. Oh, Kale and everyone on the desk. It's been exciting, and you can feel the anticipation at the storyline starting to build. But we appreciate you switching over to us so we can give you the breakdown. Of course, if you want to stay up to date in your own way and follow all of the action, head on over to the official map feed so you can check it out and follow it exactly how you'd want to, with a full lay of the land. And you'd need it, Blank, because we are at the precipice of greatness for so many teams. Of course, though, because of that man on your screens and the incredible power roster taking the fight to our top dogs, they were starved out from being able to break into that 128 barrier.
I want to keep tabs on these teams 100% because right now there is certain jump ups which, like Max says, are worth a whole lot of money. Nongshim Red Force, they can stay up towards the top of those tables. Might have just salvaged their performance here in the playoffs.
They very well might have. But it's time once again. Glue your eyes to your screen, strap yourself in with those seat belts that you're going to need, and keep your arms inside of this vehicle at all times as we're going back in to those beautiful, lush pastures that come before us. Let's get into this one, Blank, and see how things are going to start to shape up once again here today.
Right now we're at the vertical drop, just waiting for this ride to get underway as we're in the plane heading down from Kameshki all the way through to the western side in Quarry. While teams get themselves out in action, Moible going to be out a little bit later down towards Primorsk unless they go for a slightly different drop here. Oh, but look at the drop in points right now, Jackie. 85 points down to 77 in 10th place. We've got triple 77s across the board from Regnum, Kaya, Power, and Ida here. Oh, it's nasty. It's real nasty.
Whole lot of sevens, but will they be lucky? That's the question. Or will it be the wrath of some of our top players back out, proving they're the top dogs in the lobby again today? Doc has been living up to the name. It has been surgically clean.
Three players that we talked about a lot here, Doc, Rosemary, Falag, all putting on a performance of a lifetime in this one. Davot with a 405 meters, I think that's breaking the record. Crazy stuff coming through. Nongshim Red Force straight down towards the south side, looting around yellows. Falcons as per usual in Pochinki. But check out this circle, heading directly southeast into the uncomfortable trees, the dead woods. Will these teams be able to get themselves out alive though? And across that match point barrier, not possible for teams in 3rd and 4th place at the moment. All eyes on Yangon and APG.
Let's see them parachuting in here. The Alpha squad that have shown us that they mean business. An uncomfortable rotate for them back on Sandhawk that resulted in a fragmentation of that team, Blank. Starved down just to Doc before they were taken out of the runnings.
But a comfortable rotate here, actually, if they can head down towards Sosnovka military base. They're fully committed for this one. I think that maybe in different times they wouldn't go for it. 4th Thrives are at their back, though, so they need to get a move on, get sprinting at the moment. But if they can get down towards Sosnovka, they can make a comfortable rotate over towards that eastern bridge. We'll see if anyone tries to hold them out, but likely Thundertalks are going to hold in Milta. Some nice shots over towards Top, who does have to drop down, takes a bit of damage from that leap as well. This is a slightly sad start, but it should get better, unless 4th Thrives tries to get involved in this one.
It'd be a risky maneuver for him to full commit, full send, hop behind the wheel, put the pedal to the metal and chase them down. But they're still raining out shots. IQ is the tool for the job as well.
QSS, not the best weapon in the world, but when you've got no vest, no helmet, it will hurt, and comes pre-installed with that scope. Just like acrobatics on display right now from APG.
The outlines.
Yeah, parkour in the entire time.
Oh, it's good.
Leaping over railings, getting through the girders. Bit of a
terrifying, man.
Yeah, a bit of a jungle gym for them.
Just constantly trying to get out of there, keep their noses clean, but already some obscene plays thrown into the mix. Nongshim Red Force up against Fireflugs there. Madcap being able to find one of those for free.
I'll tell you what, as much as some of the players from Nongshim Red Force have very much frustrated me in the past, I do respect that no matter what, they're just going to keep giving it. They're going to keep being aggressive. They're not changing anything. And I think that's a mindset that can really affect you going into the finals, where you want to play passive, you want to get those points, you want to get placements on board. But for Nongshim Red Force, fair enough. Some of these engagements, some of these fights, you're going to mess up. You're going to do something a little insane. But here in the playoffs, I welcome a bit of insanity.
Now's the time to pull it out. This was the opening knock onto Doc C. From distance, Madcap being able to spot onto that one and restrict him. Alter Ego as well. A little establishing shot of that rotate round from Regnum Karia, but one man's trapped amongst it. Oh, Loxy, you have been left hung out to dry as the rest of the team realized they had to commit to the getaway, so they find that one for free.
Origo started off pretty quickly on that last game, looking to do it again here. They get themselves down into a nice position on that southeast side. Sadly, Regnum Karia will lose a player off the back of that. But they're no strangers to these types of circles. Usually do have a fair amount of success on them. Losing a player at this stage of the game does hurt them, though.
Power versus Thundertorts. Okay, Power. Let's see if the energy levels are still carrying on from the prior game. They were forming a fist and punching their way through this lobby pretty convincingly. They find Jin getting knocked down immediately. No one else really around to assist as well.
Power pushing up. This is not a bad spot for Power either. They can play this. Regnum Karia do move up. Bumper cars in play. Easy's attempting to get out of there. Bullets raining on the vehicle, but not quite hitting their mark.
I'm surprised he was actually able to get out there so confidently. I mean, you've just crashed straight into him, no follow-up from it. He gets away, and obviously for Regnum Karia, you're at a disadvantaged fight. That would have at least been an equalization in the battle of attrition. If they took down Easy, it would have been a 3 versus 3.
They could have probably pulled that game out a little bit longer. I think for Yangon Galacticos, though, as well as APG, they're one of the few teams out on the western side and down towards the south that just have not found a home here over towards that southeast side, where most teams are confirming their position. There have been a couple of times where we'd see more teams spread out over towards Mansion and around Shelter, and likely on this circle it does center up around Mini Milter as well as Milter itself. And this is the smart choice from all sending central. Does give some more time for squads on the outer edge to play this game slowly, though.
DRX back on screen here as well. DRX, again, another team that was looking relatively impressive. Whenever we've seen them in terms of those later circles, the communication's been really good. Hyunbin's had some huge pop-off plays as well. It's always fun to watch. On this one, they get a lot of time to ponder and think. Team Secret, of course, you had that late finish, coming second in the previous game. See what they can do here. It's Saycloud that's just off in the distance, and Murnat that gets contact. Few shots fired in towards the vehicles, trying to trace them down. Hefty chip.
Not a bad shot towards Jake. He has to switch vehicles, though, knows that that buggy is not long for this world. We'll just heal up using the bandies. The Yangon Galacticos similarly in a rough scenario. We're heading over towards stage 2. They've not quite found themselves over towards the circle just yet. We're waiting for that shift, because if it is down towards Milter Power or Milter Way, suddenly becomes very, very hard for a lot of these teams that are rotating in late to get too much success off the back of it. APG's just been sitting pretty down towards military base this entire time. Oh, okay. That is a big one. That's going to create a real traffic jam down that southeast side. Hard to rotate up on the east around the crates here, Jackie. Oh, dear, dear me. Not a bad opportunity for the boys over on APG, though, to sidle in over towards that eastern bridge and get a loot crate delivered to them on the way.
Yeah, potential as well, with all the team's focus being turned ahead of them with the swift rotations that now have to be made. They could backdoor into it. Fire Flux straight in versus Power as well. Seems like Al-Haji is swiftly getting handled. And you get the follow-up onto Fahidan. So already you're able to strip them down to just 2 players on Power. Easy. Sprints into the building. Oh, good for the first with the DPS, but Ketch replies straight back.
Easy was locked in there. You see the way he was moving? See if he was inside the match itself. Power is now forced to send away with just Ragnar on side. This was a horrible shift on the circle back up towards the northwest, but gives a great opportunity now for Yangon to play out a smooth game.
Yeah, a lot that can be done for this team. For Fire Flux, she'll take all the bells and whistles that come with that nice crash over onto Power as well. Steal away all the additional supplies, reset yourself and focus up. This is the RX that have been ushered further around with the readjustment on the zone, just inches away from Nongxin Red Force. They peek out through the window, seeing if they can find anything from this. Better be careful though, Tizzy and Binny have been very lethal today.
I mean, Doxy is a nice long-range player, quite good in the close quarters combat as well, but the Tizzy, Zizzy, Binny show fair few times. Does sound almost like a cartoon, to be honest with you.
They get some solid reviews though. Ratings would be through the roof of how they've been playing.
On at prime time. It is exciting watching Nongxin Red Force. APG finally making this move. Like I said, they got a loot crate delivered to them, which was awesome. Ida is holding though. It's a smart maneuver from Ida. One that might just pay off, especially if they are confident that APG is going to be moving through late, which possibly means here that APG is going to have to wait on the outer edges. Top goes for something very aggressive. They're going to try and swipe right over towards the beachhead and deny those sight lines, and Ida has absolutely nothing to say about it.
Yeah, it looked like they were clued into the situation. We're going to hold this in a nice crossfire, but instead you kind of leave one man out. All on his lonesome and Darkin has to jump in the back of the buggy and try and make a quick getaway from it, link up with the rest of the squads. They're not at a disadvantage, but you get over the bridge and back onto the mainland now.
Back over towards the east. Prison as well as Shelter. Limited cover in some of these areas. Prison does set yourself up nicely over towards the rocky outcrops and the high ground, but no one's really sending into Prison unless it's a absolute desperate maneuver. So that cuts out a little bit of playing space. I can't imagine we're going to have 16 teams going into Zone 4 though.
Something will start to change soon. Top offering up a short back and sides to Ida, trying to trim them down from a distance on the coastline. Meanwhile, DRX thrown into a third-person fight as well there versus Fire Flux.
Yangon Galacticos going for a wide wrap up towards Prison side. I think it's a smart maneuver as well, Jackie, all things considered, because they know a lot of teams must have shifted back up over towards the northwest and might have left those areas a little bit more dry in terms of players. It's a bit of a bold maneuver, but with the information you have, it's probably the best informational play you can go for at this stage of the game, especially if you're just trying to stay quiet and get over that 128-point mark. How is he not down?
Damn. Tries to get the quick connection off. Rapid peek in. Great follow-up, and that's how Thunder Talks get removed. So that's that first squad falling now. We get our answer.
Thunder Talks out. I mean, they've just not had the greatest of playoffs, really. In 36 points, the bottom of the tables. DRX, though, comfortably will hold on to that one around Milter, but they've got further to go. And here's APG, in fact, looking to get the toothpick out and clean out the remainder of DRX inside of Milter. If they can do that, they will control nicely down towards the south edge, and they know that DRX has been forced in an uncomfortable spot now.
This is problematic though. Top further ahead. They're able to find that angle into the building and get the knock on him. That's from way back up on the hillside with Fire Flux.
Doc, Why are we faking that? That's a crazy maneuver. I get that, you know, he has teammates that can come in, but what we're going to do, another teammate comes through, peaks, almost goes down. Potentially might have had 3 players going down there, losing durability on helmets and vests. Just get your boy up, all right? Top's probably shouting at him, like, just res me. Like, that's all I need right now.
Rufus on the drive-by inside of that hovercraft, all the bullets smashing into it. He's getting torn to shreds as well. So many squads having vision onto him.
Very, very overzealous maneuver. I don't quite know what was going on in his head at that moment in time. I know they want to get into the circle, but you've got bare information going into it. There's plenty of players that can sit around those hilltops as well. I suppose he thought he could get further in the hovercraft, but there was some serious team shots onto that vehicle, and I know that a lot of players hate how that hovercraft can get players and teams into pretty notable areas of the map, so as soon as they see it, they see red.
And this to me is starting to look a little bit like Alpha coming into this one, maybe quite antsy today. Some of the decision making, the way they're jittering a little bit. Feels like the nerves might be there, the pressure that could potentially be put on them and from the environment we're in here on Smash Sunday.
It's always so uncomfortable not hitting match point game 1 because then it sends you in a bit of a spiral where every single game, therefore, if you're like, well, we just need a passive game, just need 10 points. That's all we need to grab in these matches. Let's kind of pull this back. Let's reassess the scenario going forward. Most of the time, you should just play your own game. Don't think about Smash ruling, especially for Yangon as well as APG. Not sure what happened there with T24 and IQ, but especially for Yangon and APG, they were so far ahead, it doesn't matter. They just need to play out a regular match of PUBG Mobile for themselves, eventually hit that marker. What is happening?
What on earth has gone on there?
T24 nades.
Double team knock.
Is it replay? That's like Max's nade of the day right there.
Yeah, max a minimum on that one. We'll forget about that. Focus up on this. Nongshim Red Force versus Fireflux. Throwing out fists inside of the building. Close quarters engagements with that third party of DRX trying to get a look in as well and see if they can snatch points from this. As we do lose out on Scarface, Matcap goes down, so the Fireflux cleaned out on this one. Alter Ego with the read over on the side. It's Krypton that's quick to the hit. So with Hyunbin falling, DRX starting to lose some manpower as well.
Yeah, more shots going through. Great rotate from APG, by the way. They saw this fight break out between DRX, Nongshim Red Force, and Fireflux. That was their direct competition on that north side. They used that moment to swing round to the west. So I really enjoyed that coming through from APG. Don't even want to think about what happened in the Fourth Thrives camp. I think they're quite frustrated with what just occurred.
Yeah, that is a comedy of errors that you will be very quickly clambering to forget. Meanwhile, though, you're going to be having your eyes light up if you're a fan for Yangon as they're in with 3 eliminations off the back of that.
Oh, getting a replay. Don't show us the replay. I'm glad they at least didn't show us the Molotov as well. Dear me. Yangon, though, that is 3 separate teams they've been involved on. It was Team Secret, Ida, as well as Alter Ego, and they just keep going. They just keep going on that one.
At this point, even just off elims alone, I mean, only 4 more to find now. You've already grabbed yourself so much stock inside of this game, and it's very early doors. We're already 17 minutes in.
Yangon Galacticos down towards plenty of teams, and they took advantage of that high ground that Prison affords you on that eastern side. They knew they were lacking information and they're coming in from that northwest, so they change up the game and they use the plane map as well as the circle that came through to identify an area on the map that might be a little bit more open. They can start to develop that intel.
The Arena Gladiators swinging and showing us they're handy with steel up against Team Secret, but the clap back from the hillside is Yangon that try and get a spot down and see if it's worth committing to this one. You know, there's been a fair amount of chip damage, and there's even more follow-up coming in as well.
I think when you look over towards E-Arena as well, the fact that they delay them here almost certainly should count them out, because the circle's going to push them in. They are on the short side of it, so it will take a little bit more time, but all Yangon Galacticos really need to do now is just send a couple of shots, a couple of bee stings down towards E-Arena and keep them locked down.
It's not just that Yangon are playing well, it's that Alpha are obviously having a real struggle of a game as well. I mean, it's just Joel now. You have the sideline shots that came in from Falcons as they were trying to make their way over, so it's just down to the solo man.
Again, another game where likely APG is not making it over the match point. Rests on the shoulders of Yangon. Should get at least 4 points off the back, or at maximum 4 points off the back of E-Arena. This moment will be stolen away by Horror. That could have been right there, right then. If they took out the entirety of E-Arena, Yangon would have made it. Need to get themselves into placements range now, though.
I honestly think that's what they were debating as well. You can see kind of the difference in the two players that were further up, almost feeling like if they went for that one, it would have been worth the risk and reward potential. Falcons back over onto Alter Ego, giving as good as they get, with Nonshin also looking to see if they can snatch away some points from this.
Falcons actually not playing a terrible game right now over towards the south side. They are roaming, they are making sure they keep track of a lot of the players coming through. The circle will start to push E-Arena in. Now for Yangon Galacticos, this is less of a matter about battling against E-Arena and more of a case of battling against Horror stealing away these eliminations.
It's Murnat and Saycloud that have basically just had to prevent anyone sneaking in from the backline, whilst the raw focus from Romeo and co is just thrown down the hill onto E-Arena. They're finally getting what they were building into on this one and converting those knocks into full eliminations, take down the squad, mop them up, and keep those elims building. 7 elims, 1 single point away from beating the 128 barrier now.
So Yangon Galacticos just need to get themselves into 8. That's all they need. Krypton tries to take it up towards the Falcons, but they will swing back with the wings, blast them away with the Air Force. Now just Regnum Kaya up top side. Can Falcons make a push through 2 teams? It will be a good result for them and something we've not seen for quite some time.
So many nades thrown at Toshbik. Had to give up the cover he had to play with. He's trying to see if he can get an angle. Oh, if you got the shot back over, it's that backline with Narvalo and Koa. You could completely fragment the Falcons, leave them in a position where potentially they can start to take the fight to them. Silas rocks over as well, makes his rotate in the back of the buggy, looks for the peek up. They might have got the pick-me-up, sure, but can they still hold on to this ground?
Falcons looking over towards Silas, who backs straight back in towards the buggy, hits the deck. Smile with 4 elims on the side of Yangon Galacticos and looking not to let that kind of pace let up anytime soon. He wants to keep on pedaling. Murnat now setting his sights over towards Wild. It's a bit more chip damage here.
It's kind of a 3-1 split with how they're playing it as well. I mean, Murnat is going in towards Regnam, whereas you've got Smile still just looking for the vision back over on towards Horror, with 2 players in the center there for the quick rotate depending on where the favored fight goes. Meanwhile, Zol, the last man from Alpha, is spotted with a wrap over from 4 Fribes. Oh, Toshbik goes for the peek out, but it doesn't work. Narvalo, quick, hits that one back.
Falcons with 9 eliminations, Jackie. This is a big step up in performance from them today. Moible as well, getting some good results in over towards 4 Thrives, who have not been thriving on that southwest side. The Falcons, they see weakness, and they'll send in.
Narvalo unloads. The Hailstorm hits onto Falak T24. Trying to scrap back, but not much that can be done as Koa will restrict and remove the potential for any comeback for T24 and co on that one. So goodbye 4 Thrives. Unfortunately, the Falcons might have finally come unstuck. Shots down on the 3 of the players. Only 1 man remains alive. Meanwhile, Jiggle looking for the head-to-head versus Yangon.
Gigantic game for Falcons, honestly. 11 elims, very, very nice. They won't go any further than that. Moible Gaming looking to catch up to the Titans at the top of the lobby. Another nade sent through in the Molotov, as well as a nade towards the back, but Romeo will at least hit Jiggle with that molly. Burns him out. In the meantime, Murnat will pick up Silas. Sleepy gets lucky there on that bounce, didn't he?
For Yangon, the job is done of all they wanted to establish on this one, pushing past that 128 barrier and making it to the match point for the smash rule. They're focused now on how far can they go in this game. Strike fear into the other squads with how they've been playing.
Yangon, Romeo's down, and they're going to send in with SayCloud. No fear will be taken out. But they need another game after this one with a chicken dinner. Sky, though, from Horror, putting in the work, and Weibo still holding on that south side, Jackie. Good shot from Sky, dear me.
Really crisp stuff. Yangon have finally met their match in Horror with how they've been able to play. Wide open angles and quick shots from Sky. Murnat, though, frustrated, wants to grab even more points for them, push further up the standings, and leave these squads knowing that if you come to the best, you better be able to strike them down.
Weibo needs to get moving, though. Like, this is a fight that they could capitalize off the back of. Yangon needs to push up the hill, and Weibo's had no influence here. Order finally looks over. SayCloud is down, and do the boys want to move over towards his way? He's gathering as much information as possible. Now with the big weapons in the back pocket, looks to put the hurt in. Ragnar with an off angle towards the back. Order jump spotting. SayCloud's still down. Might have just not seen him there.
They've both got so much utility to work with here as well. In a position to provide themselves some better sight lines, get those smokes down. Nades for the engage as well. A good range of different placements in terms of where these players are. If the fight kicks off, they can get angles onto you, even if you only slightly peek back into it. Murnat inside of the vehicle, hit heavy by Order. There goes the first man.
It's good timing as well as the circle starts to push in. Brilliant timing, in fact. They can delay as much as possible, will make life very hard for Yangon.
And Power. Of course, it was Ragnar that was left as the solo so long ago. The last man representing the organization, trapped in position with he just guarding his only exit.
Yeah, just needs to worry about the blue, essentially, and that'll do the trick. Now Weibo can set their sights completely over towards Yangon Galacticos. They have a man advantage, but positioning is not great for them.
Surprised SayCloud was able to keep himself alive. He dived in behind the tree in the loot crate. There's a nade that's going to be cast towards his position, but he's topped himself back up. The heal comes through in the nick of time. Meanwhile, the shots uphill are good for damage, but the knock is confirmed onto SayCloud.
Really important knock there coming through from he on a side swipe. Murnat tries to make his way across. But very important game, not only for Yangon Galacticos, but also Weibo. 91 points. And if they win this game, they'll shoot themselves up towards the century mark, over into the 100, set themselves up for later on in the day.
So much riding on this for that team. They've been singing the praises of Order. But him and he are a lethal unit. And at the minute, with that knock that came over onto Romeo as well, they've got a great advantage into this one. That's the full confirmation. Burn them down to just 2 players. Still, so much utility left to work with. That's been a difference maker for this team.
Smart plays here for 33Zs. He takes down Murnat, slowly pushing up, and another goes down. And Weibo will find themselves the second chicken dinner of the day. But the big storyline is Yangon Galacticos. They have crossed the line.
That match point, smash rule coming into effect. That's what they were hoping for on this outing. And Weibo It is huge for them, like you said. The difference of being able to vacuum up these points, put themselves into a position where if they keep playing stalwart throughout this day, they could have a chance at the title. It's all to play for, but the intensity that will be building going into Game 3, Blank, the action is going to be palpable in that arena.
The bowstring is pulled taut right now for Moible, and they're hoping to keep that tension in place to accentuate that gameplay. You look towards this team, they're pretty strong, but I think Yangon probably quite happy they didn't get the chicken dinner. It feels bad, hard trying to get the second. Let's wait for the third match today over on Arundel. In the meantime, we'll be heading back over to the desk.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
One of the only teams that could potentially challenge the top 2 coming into day number 3 here of our grand finals. Moible is able to get themselves even more points to try and make that catch-up a reality here for the grand final. Joining me to talk about this one, Seven as well. So not Seven, he's backstage. Go away, Seven. I've got him on the brain. Max, he's behind the couch. Maxman as well as Neptura to talk about this one. Neptura, good to see this team be able to step up here on Erangel to try and make that catch-up happen.
This game was so classic WBG. I feel like they go center, they go mid, and then as the zone pushes them to the edge, they end up starting to sweep teams. They kind of wait for other teams actually to sweep each other before coming in the final few moments, and that's exactly what we saw them do here, right? Landing, or not landing, but going to shelter, rotating to shelter, being able to get elim after elim, and now 10 points. That's going to be a 20-point game, and when we look at that leaderboard, Max, we are looking at being basically halfway to that smash point.
I mean, yeah, but okay, Yangon Galacticos, they breached the threshold. We saw it this match. That's the issue now. They are the only team that could smash next game. That's going to be, of course, bringing up the question. Big target on their back. Are any teams going to want to do anything about it? But 17 points here. Again, so successful when it comes to wide rotations, making it up north, waiting for the circle. It goes back to the east. All of the teams are going to be highly concentrated south and west, meaning northeast next to prison is open. They take control. They get the elims. They get their ticket in the smash zone.
So we got to focus on that a little bit more, because now there is a world where if they win the next game or any subsequent game with no other team in that smash zone here, Neptura, Yangon Galacticos will be our champions here. And after putting up 17 points, as soon as they realize, I think, that they're over the hurdle, they know that that game is just, well, let's just get a limb here or there. Let's just try and set ourselves apart from APG even a little bit more. So big stuff here for the tournament.
So far it's working, right? APG just not able to get the points that they need to make sure that they're closer to Yangon than they are. So for Yangon, they're like, hey, we're actually sitting really, really pretty. I do want to say they got a second place, not a win. They didn't get the win curse before the smash point coming in. So they didn't win this one. Maybe they'll win the next one.
The other team, though, up at the top, obviously APG. I initially want to make the point, Max, and then you can continue on, because I am of the belief if you're a military-based team, you have to have a drop-up spot. And to watch them try and run over the bridge and dodge bullets and all this stuff, it's not enough when you're on the hunt to try and make something happen. What do you make of it?
It's like talking to a wall, Kalaris. We've been doing it during PMSL CSA. You drop in a military base, you should have a secondary drop, but they've never done it now over the course of a year and a half since I've known this team, and especially since the brand new iteration of this team for Alpha Gaming. They're just so committed, and they almost lost players against 4 Thrives with a VSS from IQ across the bridge. It was rough, but here, as we can see on this graphic, they only jump up 1 point per game. 119, they started off with 117. Alpha Gaming, you still need 8 points. It is achievable, but the way they're playing, they might take 2, maybe 3 matches before they even get there.
I think with Weibo getting this win, it couldn't have happened in a more perfect way here, Neptura, because now we came into today thinking 2-horse race, absolutely. However, if Weibo suddenly just pops off once again, we're right there. 3-horse race here for day number 3.
I mean, it is crazy that Alpha Gaming could look directly behind them and then watch as Weibo Gaming actually surpass them in that race, because they're performing far better than Alpha Gaming are. And I slightly hate that there's a world where Alpha Gaming could get this close again and only get the MVP.
That's the second place curse for some of their players. Top is well acquainted with that position. He loves the second place. But it's unfortunate for me, when you look at Smash Roll, it forces team in a situation they're just not comfortable with. And here, I think Alpha Gaming are just completely crumbling under that pressure. Not really sure how to make that ascent at the top.
Weird, because especially considering what we were talking about in the pre-show, right? Technically, this team should be able to handle the pressure. Again, if you have a backup drop, Yangon Galacticos has gone for backup drops on Erangel. Well, technically, right? Because obviously, they had a lot of Novo drops throughout the tournament so far, but they've gone to those Georgia Paul crates, Neptura. They've been able to capitalize on that. The wide wraps have looked fantastic for them, and they get beyond the smash zone.
Yes, they do. It's really, really nice to see them be able to do that. They seem to just have this knack for knowing what is the best entry point in a zone, right? They have really, really good map knowledge, really good team knowledge as well. We were talking about it where the zones were popping back and forth, so they knew which side of the zone was most likely to be open. Just taking full advantage of that, not overextending, not being too reckless, just very careful, but aggressive. And I think that's something that in the last 2 days, we've not seen the aggressive side of Yangon too much, because they've been able to have a compound in the zone, kind of just take on the last couple of 2 stragglers that are there at the end of the game. game. But for this game, they were able to just take team after team after team and take advantage of them.
You said they're very good at understanding the circle and everything. For me, the mark of a champion team is how they understand a lobby reacts to a circle. And I think Yangon Galacticos have that nailed down to the absolute limits of how he could be on that kind of macro approach to the game. They see the circle going west and going back northeast, meaning all of the teams are focused on the western and southern side. Entry point northwest, northeast is going to be completely open for them. They know how the lobby reacts to that kind of situation. Free entry point, they get into the circle, they play off the back of that. They are so smart on that aspect of the game that for me, that is the main reason why they made it so far in PMWC.
At this level, there's a very hive mind mentality of we're all going to be in this certain area, we're going to be moved. A lot of these best teams that you see come along Neptune are teams that are already in their vehicles as the circle's popping. Okay, we need to be moving right now in order to be able to, because if you are going for wide rotates, you need to be the one moving first. Otherwise, other teams could leapfrog you. As we take a look now at the overall leaderboards, 137 points, but that point number won't matter for the moment. All Yangon Galacticos has to do is win a game. If they do, they become our PMWC champions.
Please be in the next game.
You're
that
excited?
Would be so cool.
That would be kind of cool.
That would be so cool. They've ended on a second place. They've got that smash point threshold done, dusted, out of the way, surpassed by almost 10 points there. If they could come in with that momentum going, heck yeah, we've got it under the belt. We're good to go. Let's go for it. Game number 3 could be our final game here.
So, okay, we know where Yangon Galacticos drop, right? They go crates George Hall.
Yes.
Question for you, Niptura.
Oh, no.
Are they going to be in danger? Is anyone coming for the Yangon Galacticos?
Or do they go elsewhere?
Oh.
They could do that too, actually.
Yeah.
We have seen that before. I think it was,
Hora.
was it CSA?
Where,
They were like, nah, we're not going to get hot dropped in the final game. No chance. And they actually changed their drop spot without telling anybody. And they did end up almost getting hot dropped there, so they avoided that. So could we see something similar from Yangon? I'm wondering. It's not going to be anybody in the top 5, though. 100% not going to be.
I mean, the thing is, you have Zaki available. GMX is not here anymore. If you want to play it ultra safe, just avoid an early fight skirmish, Zaki could be an option, which is, I didn't think I would ever say that.
Yeah, I'd hate that. That's not what I want to hear, Max.
Yeah, but same rotation path, right? It's nearby crates. It would make sense.
So.
Drop on Everest. No, maybe not. That's even worse. But actually,
pull an RPG where there's no weapons when you drop. Yeah, great. Yeah,
actually, we were looking at the second page of the leaderboards. You were talking about Falcons that, again, increasing your rankings, you could get an extra bit of money.
Yeah.
Of course, here now it's match point. We are in Smash Zone. Yangon Galacticos is the one team to currently breach across that. The question on my mind is, how will they play it out? It is very, very high likely that they have never been in this position before. Will they keep their cool? It's time to go to the commentators here for our next Erangel of the day.
A position they've never been in before is a sentence that can describe so much about this team. But all they have been doing is playing to their strengths, pushing further for placements, for eliminations, for the pride of their own home nation. This team has shown that age and experience does not matter. All that counts is what you bring to the grand stage here live at the PMWC. And blank, Yangon Galacticos have been delivering in droves. With the Smash rule now in effect, they have the opportunity to walk away as not only the victor of this game, but the victor and new champion of this entire tournament.
So let's shatter, let's smash here on Sunday over towards Erangel match 3 of the day, 137. We're above the marker now from Severny down towards Primos. We're getting into it. We're getting loud in the arena. Alpha Gaming watching as Yangon Galacticos gets further and further ahead towards the horizon. This is their chance. This is their moment on a map that they are known for.
It was great heads-up decision-making in the prior game with how they split off into 2 duos, maximized eliminations to get themselves over that threshold. But now we'll see how they play. And that Smash rule's in effect. If things start to change, if other teams target them, or if they're able to play their own game. And of course, if some of our other squads can take them down early, build for themselves, as there is a few challengers nipping at their heels.
is where you got to solidify the knees, no weakness allowed. The nerves need to be cut short. And you need to be solid on this battleground. The adrenaline must be pumping. They have to keep it quiet, keep it calm. Like you say, play their game, play their style. Out on the edge. And certainly will be living on the edge for Yangon Galacticos. Over towards South George at the moment, a very, very central circle. It's anyone's game. But Yangon Galacticos have set their sights on it.
Zeroed in and ready to take that chicken dinner. But it all comes down to the action in the lobby. We'll keep you updated with how it develops here.
Issue is, Romeo's pulling a classic here. Starting out in Ruins. They revealed that position though, to one team in particular. That was Regnum Karya from yesterday. This might not have the same effects as Yangon Galacticos are hoping for, especially if Regnum pulls out early and will look over towards Romeo, take him down, leaving Yangon on just the 3. It's a nice position for Romeo to have. It's a good anchor for the team to refold over towards. But it is known.
That's the interesting talking point, right? Obviously from yesterday's set of games when they rotated through Ruins and Romeo bided his time until it was one final player. I believe it was Loxy that was the last man to go through. He took shots at him, so like you say, they're aware of this. It wouldn't catch them off entirely.
Moible Gaming, another team trying to catch up right now. APG not over the match point just yet at 119 points. Still shy by 11. Moible much further behind, 23 points required, so probably a chicken dinner and a fair few elims to make that one happen. But at this stage of the game, with only one team on Smash ruling, it's where things get a little bit more spicy, where teams might even just try and dogpile on Yangon. They're elusive. They're in the night, in the shadows. They're hard to find a lot of times. Great team when it comes to hide and seek. And a lot of teams will be seeking. And we just got the countdown down to 0 here on our match 3.
For Power today, seeking fights has been something they are no strangers to whatsoever. Feels like they have been throwing carnage at so many teams and causing issues for some of our top squads. And that very central position right now up against some other teams that love an early scrap. We'll see if they can find an opportunity. For Joker, maybe there's an opportunity just over this ridge, down on his belly right now, looking for the sight line with the AUG to play with.
6x as well, so he's got the distance, he's got the range. Cloud sends out, leaving just one player behind. Smile already rotated back across to Romeo. Bernat's still looting, but might just be a casualty for Yangon. Finally gets in the buggy, and by the time Joker is moving out, he may just be long Yangon.
Saved by the bell. They didn't even realize was ringing. Mernat's rotate will keep him at play. He can link up with the rest of the squad, and the advanced position from Romeo has not been forced out either. So they can link back up with a loop to play with. Look at how many teams are bustling towards one another as well. A lot of squads that love those fights. Alter Ego, no strangers as well, to throw in their hat into the middle.
Longshin Red Force, a little bit of a wild card inside of this circle. Never sure when they're about to strike, when they're about to send a blazing wide swing at you. A real haymaker of a team is that squad. When they come a knocking, you better be ready to open that door, or at least bar it shut.
And the barricade would be preferable. How Nonshin have been playing. throw the C4 on the door, and anyone in the building won't be breathing no more if you give an opportunity to Doxy. Vinny and Tizzy as well have been a very lethal duo, and lethality is shown here from Hora. The first punch is thrown out. Hyunbin gets an opportunity to strike back versus the Falcons again as well.
An aggressive rollout here from DRX over towards Pachinki early, and I don't think the Falcons were quite prepped for it. A lot of times people just leave them alone inside of Pachinki, but with points being so close to one another and big jumps meaning big money, you'll take the advantage from wherever you can, especially on the last day where this is the penultimate Erangel match that we have for ourselves. You're going to pull out all the stops going forward. See Yangon on our screens, the picture in picture. You can see how focused these players are.
I think that's been the interesting thing, right? You know, we were talking about the reaction times way back at the start of the day today, but just the laser focus you see from the body language, that human element of PUBG Mobile, this team have looked like they are here to play. They've been limiting mistakes, focused up mechanically and with communication. That's what's setting them further away. That's what's bringing that skill ceiling higher and higher.
Slightly weird one because the way the circle sits at the moment, it does force Yangon into a different style of gameplay where usually they would be out on the edge here, but the circle favors them, so they have to play something a little bit more different, hold their angles on the side. They know E-Arena plays over towards the western area of crates, so they'll have to be prepared for when that team starts to push on in, and they're not in the most defensible positions, playing out in the fields. No compound found as of yet. Heading over towards Zone 2 in just 30 seconds now, which will define the main playing area of the game.
It was fitting, obviously, the Joker was the man that was looking for an opening knock over onto Yangon with the trap that E-Arena had sprung upon them in the previous matchup. So we'll see if they're out to attempt to upset and get revenge here on their rotation.
All right, we got a game on our hands here. Yangon Galacticos get a little bit of that spicy circle look that they have been known for in this playoffs. They've had 2 chicken dinners a day averaging. There's no reason why that statistic should go up or down, but we're expecting at least 1 today. But will it come soon enough to shut this one down early? Have to wait for that. Murnat finding Ralph on the rotate. Falcons now down to 2, and Yangon further solidify their position out in the open.
Playing against Murnat must be so frustrating as well. Feels like he's always buzzing around, stinging at all these squads in the lobby. Quick reaction times. It's been hard to hold him back. And immediately Falcons realize we don't want to mess with the beast.
The boys on Yangon obviously playing out here. There's been no opportunity for more loot, so absolutely dropping that smoke to secure some more of that utility on side. Here's APG down towards the southern edge around the hay bales. Chasing over towards Nongshim Red Force. APG probably one of the only other aggressive teams to match Nongshim Red Force. T24 finding Koa, and Falcons again down to just 1.
Topsy-turvy day for 4-5s. And a couple of uncontested eliminations there will at least get them perked up into this game. Moible on screens. Suk, a human explosive bow that has been ripping and tearing. This is again another talented squad that we've got here. Obviously 3rd place right now, 105 points to play with for them.
Weibo went fairly central on this one, almost immediately. Was not really stopped at all on this push either. A lot of other teams concerned with their placement, with their points. It's a hidden blessing, really, where most teams are just looking to get towards that end game because they know that even 3 or 4 placement points could be the difference between tens of thousands of dollars here at the PMWC. So Weibo was able to send in to towards that center area of the map with little to no contest.
Potential for that might change though, with teams looking to steal away some of these superior positions. It's the arena that slowly move forward. Of course, just Redux that's left for Falcons as well. That's Solo, the only one that remains alive.
Circle about to shrink. See where it heads. If it heads back over towards Ruins, Yangon Galacticos know roughly that position is okay to play in. They may just send back that way, but it's Regnum Karya moving out from Sunken down towards the southwest, which might be a deadly team to come up against. The Talks sending directly from that south side, as are DRX, and it starts to get a little bit crowded inside of this circle here, Jackie.
Space is at a premium. Shoulder to shoulder gameplay between these squads. Origo taking pot shots over towards Alpha. Meanwhile, Regnum Karya on the drive-by, seeing power all on top of one another. Doc out on his own, a little bit of backup now to play with. The buddy system in effect. They take the opening shots towards power and have them pinned.
Team Secret able to get across from the rivers on that north side down towards Ruins. A bad play there. APG taking down Krypton from Alter Ego. Not quite flushed out just yet though, and this is a freeway engagement between teams that are not out of the circle yet. There's a shot from Redox over towards Wild, in fact. And Frankie will happily pick up that elimination, dropping Regnum Karya down to 3 on a rollout from Sunken, which, to be honest, they had a lot of real estate to work with.
I didn't expect Falcons to still be flapping their wings on this one. They knock Regnum Karya off kilter, and they suffer because of it. Oh, Reefus with 7 nades in the backpack, and they are so closely grouped. A big nade on target. Al-Haji will not be al-happy with that one as his legs get blown away, and they've still got more to follow up with.
It's a massive nade coming through from APG, but no follow-up just yet. They know how crowded the zone is. Another shot from Zol over towards Alter Ego in Rosemary. Zol will return back to the rest of the squad here. Alter Ego not finding a very fun marker over in this match as they attempt to come through on that eastern side. Longshin Red Force down towards the southwest side of Gatka at the moment in the fields. Yangon Galacticos currently holding a, let's say, a 2-2 split at the moment. Players down towards the south side watching the roads. Romeo inside a compound on the north. Looks like they are going to regroup on top of it now, though, as Loxy starts to get a little bit closer over towards power.
Danger close at the minute. Nades on top. Again, the follow-up explosions are good to try and restrict power, but that one does more than just chip damage. The whole roster getting hit heavy by the mortar strike from Alpha, and even Loxy realizes he wants nothing to deal with this. Tries to get away whilst they crash in to clean up onto the down squad. Shots are clean.
Even Maxman would agree that some of the arcs on those nades were better than arcs from One Piece. Unfortunately, APG fall fairly quickly afterwards as Regnum Karya continue to put on the pain. They're going to try and get themselves back up on their feet. A bit of triage coming through from Reefus.
It's Murnat that had the quick intuition to make the backstab here as well. It's a good tag, bit of an opening knock to give them some room to play with, but do they want to run the risk of over-egging the pudding on this one? Letting the infighting continue between Regnum Karya and Alpha. It only benefits them at the minute.
Yangon Galacticos can cleanly clear out both teams in Regnum Karya and APG. It's a massive result for them. Moana even getting involved alongside with Alva from Alter Ego, who are still up and kicking, and a massive long-range shot over towards Loxy makes Regnum Karya all the more uncomfortable, and another nade over the top will do the justice from APG.
Good steal-aways from Moana, but Alpha Even with this trial and tribulation of a fight that they've had going on for quite some time, they're able to keep all 4 players alive, and you can see that they're taking the fight to these other squads now. The DRX pulling up. Oh, Maria arrives and instantly hits from the sidelines. Goodbye, Rufus.
Top now in an uncomfortable position. Murnat could even peek over the top, but looks like he's going to send back up towards the rest of the team, realizing that things are about to look not so pretty on the eastern side of the map.
Oh, nades on target. Good connections here. Softening up DRX. It's been huge from Alpha, but they're about to be crashed on up close and personal. If they can handle DRX, they could push themselves up towards that match point. Enter the smash zone alongside Yangon. Doc, good with the moves. Hits the first, but look who's here. It's Murnat peeking in over the ridge, looking to clean up on this one. As DRX go down, they are handled by Alpha, but the nades are still rolling on through.
An APG will hit match point on this game, prepping themselves for the next if Yangon cannot finish this one out. Nades over the top, it's a long one over towards top, and it hits pretty.
Murnat is looking magical with these nades, making Alpha disappear before his eyes, and now he wants to split them in half like a bad magician. Pushes up with Big Papa Pump. Unload, but it's a miss. Uncomfortable as they lose a player. One goes down. Murnat removed, but Yangon live on.
Murnat, who had been such a force in this game, to lose him off what felt like a botched engagement. Not able even to pull the trigger. We saw the reticle over the top of top. Dear, dear me.
Yangon instantly on the move. Rotation from fight to fight. Hearts must be pounding in their chests right now. It's T24. The 4 Thrives representative trapped just apart from the Alter Ego duo and that last man, Redox, that's been causing curveballs for some of our teams here as a solo.
Yeah, Redox just does not slow down inside of Ruins. The area around him broken and fragmented. Redox's spirit unharmed. Romeo, another nade over the top to T24, and it is on target. Surprisingly, somehow T24 is able to sidestep it, or at least side crawl it.
I am shocked that he's been able to stay alive off the back of that one. Looked like it was a hell of a slam dunk from Yangon. T24 keeps his head clean, tucks down, tries to stay out of dodge with Redox. Similarly, just slowly crawling around, trying to find some semblance of cover to work with. Still good amounts of utility to work with, though, over on the side of Yangon. He casts another nade back in, and more chip damage follows through.
Moible, 105 points at the moment, 4 players alive. One of the big hitters here over in the playoffs. They needed a big chicken dinner on this one if they want to get themselves over towards match point. No elims yet. Means it might be quite difficult. It's 13 eliminations, I believe, that they'd need on this game.
There is never a second where Yangon are not looking for the next opportunity to fight. Oh my, fire flux. Seems like the fire's going to be going out off the damage done from Yangon, but they at least reply for a single knock back onto them. It's SayCloud with very little HP to play with here. He goes down. They lose another man, down to just the duo now. Romeo and Smile is all that remains for the team.
Trying to clear out as much of the southeast side. I think they understood that as soon as they took down APG, they lost one of their key players in Murnat. Looking for some more eliminations on this game. It will be hard to win this one with just the 2 players, and Moible looking so formidable down towards that south side, not to mention Thunder Talks and E-Arena still living at large. Sighting going down to Feeder's players.
Feeder being able to put the Bazone to good use. Bit of a push-up on the reshuffle round here, still looking to confirm onto T24. Obviously his position was compromised quite some time ago. Smile could lose his teeth off the back of that, and there's other squads that could dive onto you the second they see weakness here.
Smile's got to move forward, man. Drops the smokes. The Blues pushing him in. Shots coming through, I imagine, from Alter Ego, currently still in ruins. Giving Yangon on just the one. Will finally take down Redox. Just one man alive now in Romeo. Not a love story on this game. There's been plenty of bouts between these teams. Zyol, 6 elims on this match. I mean, Alpha Gaming, what a real result here.
Alpha on the move up. T24 could have a position to actually backstab onto that, cause some issues. That's when you can still take the fight if you're Romeo in a spot like this. And remember, it's not just about trying to close it out with the smash rule. He could still just look to gain additional points for the side, make the differential even further. They could just win it on the long con. Even if it goes all the way to game 6, as long as they're in that top spot, they're going to be happy and walk away crowned.
Yeah, the big thing here is that Yangon just really hasn't changed up their play style, and Yangon will go out. No chance at chicken dinner, a surprise one at that with a one player as we play on. For Weibo, they're looking for as many points as possible. A truly gigantic game needed, but they're in good position to make it happen.
You saw the frustration as well, how focused Romeo was. The slam of the fist down onto the desk. But the brawl in the lobby continues. Alva could not withstand the might of T24. 4 thrives. Even when it's just a solo, they cause issues. Ida being hit heavy as well. Thinning the herd now.
Irina looking up. Weibo took a big hit there up towards He. Not quite down just yet though, but he's on life support. Trying to control this ridge side. Irina do not have to move as of yet though, but it's Weibo who would love to control this ground.
How good this team's looked. A late circle with them having good manpower, 4 of them still being alive. There's so much that could be done. Get the replay here of the takedown onto Romeo. It was a nice nade from Moana that blew him out of the runnings of ending it right here, right now. So the fight continues. And on our very screens, it's Horror that are being pushed in by Thunder Talks. Quick peeks, more damage done. Jiggle out of commission. Sleepy hit from the side of the arena. Sky looking to handle it all on his lonesome now.
Sky hitting some good shots, but it's the Arena looking down this way. 18 bullets in the M4. Not a lot of ammunition to take this game further for E-Arena. A nade goes through, Sky's not done yet. But AJ finally put him down there. 4 Thunder Talks down to 2 players. 1 player could be res back up again, but E-Arena keep peeking.
I know there's chances. Seeing if they can grab onto this. Quick peeks in, trying to keep their focus on either side though with the rotation in for the backline of Weibo. You got Suk scouting out in the vehicle to get a read on the lay of the land as well, but not overextending too far. He can still get back to the squad.
Unfortunately for Weibo now, there is just not enough players in the lobby to even get the eliminations that they need to hit a match point. So good game from Weibo to catch up, but you're still opening the door now for APG and Yangon in that next game. But I respect that Weibo was more looking here for a strong game. They didn't over-egg the pudding. They didn't push too far out. They're just trying to catch up. And this is a difficult scenario a lot of teams get themselves into, is to play scared, to play under pressure and make mistakes in these final moments. But Weibo's playing it calm. They know that even a podium finish is fantastic for them here in the playoffs.
And it's no guarantee, even with those 2 teams being in the smash zone, that they will just end it early. So for Weibo, walking away with another chicken dinner and getting as close to the margin as possible, it would be unreal to set them up for an opportunity to be another horse in that race.
There's absolutely time for this team. 10K continuing to 100% shots bringing down towards E-Arena's position. Get further towards this endgame. Team Secret been very quiet over towards the castle, but they'll have to leave those ramparts soon.
Undertalks in the arena, that's been what's taking so much of the attention, but for Moible, is it finally time to go? They've got the vehicles to work with. Focus back over from Joker. He's a man that's done so much time and time again for this team. He's got backup and the nades are raining over. Chip damage in from Order, looking for the prime on the follow-ups as well. Mormon got to cast further back, find any kind of cover to play with here, top himself up. Order taking a bit of chip damage of his own though. Low at the minute, hops in the vehicle, playing with his mates.
Team Secret send the soldiers out the drawbridge. But let's see if Moible can draw this fight to an end, or will it be E-Arena standing tall over the top? A lot of damage going through. 33Z has to back this off. Sakura just trying to give that information back, but Team Secret gets ever closer to Moible. Sook's able to run down T24. Sakura is directly in the sightlines. What is this?
Oh, Sakura! He saw the opportunity to crash with the bonnet and shut down Order, but the damage is coming back from Sook up close and personal. They go for the commit, but it doesn't work how they wanted it to. It's fragmented either squad, yes, but no one's walked away the winner yet.
Moible needs to quickly get back up on their feet. They're healing right now. Order being dropped back up into position. Sook makes a quick swing by, adrift, but it is Tourniquet to stay alive. Two nades that could be dastardly, and Team Secret yet to make a mark on this engagement.
So closely grouped, the difference of that nade being on target could be incredibly influential for him. One left to play with. They're starting to spread themselves out. Good decision making. Pulls out the primary. Bullets down range. Connections are clean. But 33Z tries to zip back in from the side.
A fight on two fronts, but now Team Secret has to take the fight over towards Thundertalks, who have stormed the castle.
And the siege looks good so far. But the problem is, Secret clash back. The thunder is gone, and Moible is here, trying to keep this intensity going whilst they know that Secret are weakened, and they are finding what they need.
Inside the church, the bars on the window, a prison cell for Team Secret as more bullets rain through. Tourniquet, the final player now here for E-Arena, but Moible looking to finish strong.
Inches away from another chicken dinner, and Order looks to command respect, runs in with the DBS, fires out the shots, the paranoia kicking in, and E-Arena are going down as Moible stands strong in the lobby and in the arena. This team is back for blood and proving that they've still got the fight in them.
Moible, once again, what a win from them. They are not giving up today. It has been a gigantic performance from them, and they are catching up. These teams in the front better breathe heavy right now, because they need to get a move on.
The eruption from this team, the knock-on effect of the crowd going wild. The support is here in droves. The fans at home will be ecstatic with this result, but it is the first step. More to be done for them, Blank. They are close, but there are teams that are even closer. The intensity keeps on building. Do not go anywhere as the action reaches its climax.
This land is calling.
New Pulsar Legionnaire available now. First outfit with special head animations and voice lines. The Pulsar Legionnaire set comes with its own super cute voice lines that can be toggled on or off.
What happened? Bye, friend. Hello, Earth. I'm here.
It also features the upgradable Hyperion ship DSR and Jet Reaver glider with special animations. Experience parachuting like never before. That's not all. Even more rewards await. Event period, July 25th, 2025 through August 26th, 2025. What are you waiting for? Get the new Guild set now.
오른쪽으로 뛸게 나는. 나 오른쪽 위로 같이 해줄게. 준비다. 천천히 해. 피킹 안 해도 돼. 앞에 라인 기는 거 조심.
둘이야 둘 바위랑 이거. 받아먹으면 돼 얘들아.
앞에
받아먹으면 돼.
바위 안 내밀어도 돼. 형만 내밀지 마. 삼각바위 하나.
이제 나온다.
삼각바위 하나. 삼각바위 하나 더.
나이스. 야
나이스 준호 형. 아. 나이스 준호 형.
我的意思，制造架着我们俩去左下，懂吗？
可以，制造可以打，制造可以打，咱们可以顶着。
我打这个知道。别急别急别急。
OK。
有个人要死，我看到一个，我看到一个。
打，你们别担心。
他站我，他站我，你们冲，他只站我。
牛逼！还最后一个，还上来，就在眼里边。两边，带他。牛逼！
对了，哎。
Are we witnessing one of the greatest comebacks in PUBG Mobile history? A back-to-back chicken dinner when they needed it the most here to try and claim that trophy right there. Moible with another win to get things rolling. They are so close to putting themselves in the smash zone here. Joining me, actually 7 this time, alongside Neptura to talk about this one. Neptura, a back-to-back at this point, in this moment, in this tournament is insane.
Especially the way they've been able to do it. They're not just sneaking in a win here and there. They are taking control of these games, doing what they need to do, and saying, we are here. We are actually that third team that will make that smash point. We are here to actually play. It's so nice to see. 8 points coming in, 18 coming into the third game here. 7. Are we looking at next game, them making that point?
Oh, they're definitely going to do it, especially with the way that we're playing. We got to talk about it. This team was just sitting in a compound for the longest time. Whenever they actually realized that we have to move out, that's when they started spreading the wings. So when you talk about they're doing what they need to do, that's exactly what they did. Talking about a team that needs to actually get into the smash zone, Alpha Gaming, being able to do that, and you can tell all coming from eliminations.
Oh, yeah.
One thing that I will have to nitpick with this team, and I'm going to be talking about it for a long time if they continue to do this, is they are not playing like how they have done the previous 2 days. They have just been playing way too split, and those rotations are not early. I don't know what's going on with this team, Neptura.
Yeah, it is unfortunate to see. It feels like under their pressure, they're kind of defaulting to a previous strategy that was not really working for them. They've tweaked, they've adjusted. In the last 2 days, they've looked really good, but now as things start to fall apart, they're going back to those old mistakes. What I will say for them, though, they handled that fight with Regnum Karya and Power really well. DRX in the end as well, right? They were able to balance those teams against each other, get those nades, get those knocks, but not full commit, not full send, because they knew Regnum would just third party that. So really well played against both of those teams to actually get those points.
And who would have thought? We would have seen first place going up against second place. Yangon Galacticos. let me talk a little bit about you because Mermat was scouting APG for the longest time, especially as soon as they saw DRX go towards them. Great scouting and great time to pounce on APG when they were down.
You can see Weibo here. They know that there is an opportunity that has arisen off of them being excellent in the last 2 games. You could see the elation on their faces as well, Neptura, as they realize once again, another win under the belt. Yes, just inches away from that smash zone. So they're going to have to do something in this next game. But as Seven said, with the way that they're playing, I think it's a likelihood.
Yeah, I haven't seen Order smile like that in a very long time. He was very pleased with how the team's been performing. And with a back-to-back on Erangel, it's really nice that we have another Erangel coming up. So that is really boding well for them as well. I will say zones have been kind to them, not necessarily given, but a little bit kinder to them versus an APG, which have struggled to be on that edge constantly, always having to rotate. But in these last zones, that's where it really matters. That's where that strategy comes into play. And WBG have just been able to have that patience, that control, and most importantly, the decision-making. If they want to go for something, they do it wholeheartedly. If they decide, actually, this is not a good idea, we need to go back, they do that wholeheartedly and quickly as well.
You talk about decision-making. One decision that was kind of scratching my head there early on was Yangon Galacticos. We're saying this team might not end up crumbling under the pressure. I think they're starting to feel that pressure because we saw something a little bit different out of them. Max and I, and you too, were discussing behind the scenes while we're watching the game. We never see this team go to the center of the circle early on. They've been playing the edge for the longest time. For me to be able to see this squad go towards center in a situation where they're more than likely trying to win the game, yes, that might have ended up working out, but that's going away from what they've been doing for the previous 2 days.
Do you think that they should fall back on what they've been doing? It's been successful, Neptura. Do you think the adjustments here is really not worth it?
I think especially in that last zone, it might not have been the play because in the center of where it ended up, it's very low ground, very open, where the edges where everybody else was playing had a little bit more cover. There was a little bit more of that high ground, that scope ability as well there. So I think in that case, yeah, Seven's right. They should have stuck to the edge, but I do understand what they were trying to go for because for very good reason, the center was very open and no one was there where the edges were very busy.
Overall rankings time. All right, with potentially 3 more games remaining here. Yangon Galacticos and Alpha Gaming are currently in the Smash Zone. However, if Weibo Gaming gets themselves 5 points in this one, they will join them as well. And after rolling a chicken dinner into chicken dinner, who can potentially stop them? I am very concerned here, Seven. Either we get one of those 2 kings that coming in from the previous 2 days, being able to take a victory, but it very clearly seems like both of them are either feeling the pressure or adjusting their strategies to the point where they're not exactly comfortable where they need to be to win PMWC.
I'm going to be looking at Alpha Gaming. I got to call them out real quick. I feel like if they want to get a chance at actually winning via Smash Roll, this next Erangel would be the one. We've seen Yangon Galacticos win in Miramar. Weibo, I mean, we know what they showcase, especially in PMHI, getting the championship there, wanting to continue on a trend here. But I'm also looking at some of the other teams. I'm looking at some of the other teams trying to stop their squads from getting the points. We saw Turning K from E-Arena stealing those elimination points towards the end. And I mean, these are teams that even though they are towards the bottom, they are fighting for that prize pool.
Yeah, it's really nice to see them because even though they're not in contention for those top 3 spots, right? At this point, they're just not. But they're able to take those placement points away from a team. They're able to push those teams further down in that game, and they're able to steal elimination points, as you said. So they are still making a massive game for themselves.
All right, and you guys at home, of course, can be involved in everything that's also going on around the game here, or for also PMWC. Starting from August the 1st, which was 2 days ago, the PDP Global Fashion Icon Contest officially has kicked off and is currently ongoing. This competition accepts both in-game outfit design submissions and participating by showcasing real-life outfits for you to wear. Use your sense of fashion to influence the world, and the total prize pool reaches up to $120,000. And with that, we are going over to the commentators. One final Erangel. Let's see who can take it.
One final Erangel, one final chance potentially to play during PMWC 2025. 2 eligible teams currently on Smash Point. Of course, we're talking APG, who just makes it off the back of that game number 3 Erangel, and for the other top dog, Yangon Galacticos, who's been here now for a couple of maps, but they haven't been able to seal the deal. But now is their opportunity. If you want to stay up to date with everything that's happening on the map, go ahead and check us out on YouTube. Have that up so you can follow each and every route of our potential championship match. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by John. We'll be calling the action over the next 3. It's going to be a lot of fun. John, things are getting serious, and Moible is looking to also be on Smash Point after this very map.
I mean, you say we're covering the next 3. We just don't know how many we're covering.
That's right.
It could end at any moment, although it will have to be the end of a match. But Moible, with a back-to-back, have made a monumental ascent up the tables to be in the contest. They are just on the doorstep right now of getting into that Smash zone to potentially take it away from Yangon Galacticos, who have been cruising at the top of the tables. You know, I said earlier on for one of my hot takes, and I'm going to keep bragging about this one, is that I felt like a Smash ruling was going to come through, but it wouldn't be from the point leader. It is not out of the question that that is occurring here. If we get to a match 5, if Moible are able to get past that boundary, they could really take this one away and not be on top of those tables when it comes to those points, because it's all about that Smash. And an APG gonna let that happen either?
Ooh, I don't know, we'll see. The thing about Yangon Galacticos is they've been getting blessed by zones, and they also have been playing very aggressively, which has been pretty much their undoing. You know, the question is, why aren't they parking the bus? Why don't they slow things down and start playing in the methodical way that led them to this very moment? Now, points still matter. If we do go to game number 6, of course, if a team is on Smash Point, they win game 6, they then take the championship. But let's say a team outside of the running of Smash Point takes it, well, then it would default to the points winner. In this case, right now as it stands, it would be Yangon Galacticos. So points still matter, but if I'm Yangon Galacticos, if I'm APG, I'm going for it all. I'm trying to win this right here and now and shut everybody down, because the reality is, John, the longer these games go, there's more chances for other teams to be on Smash Point themselves and potentially for them to steal the championship away despite them not having the point lead.
It is, of course, that outside chance, that title, and not to mention the cash that goes along with it. It's going to be looming overhead, a bit of a threat here. $500,000 for first place is up for grabs. You drop down to second place, you will allow that to sneak. You slash that number in half. Down to 250K, that is a big, big drop-off. You don't want to let that happen. And Yangon Galacticos, Alpha Gaming, both of them essentially neck and neck as we go into our final Erangel match. Match number 16, coming through from Sosnovka military base up towards Stalva on the northeast side. Let's get stuck in.
Let's get it going. Predictions in chat, predictions in the arena. Who are we supporting? Get loud, support your favorite team. They need your energy over the next 3 potential matches. For Moible, 5 points away from reaching that Smash Point threshold. Very close, but could also be infinitely far away, depending on how these drops go. Now, my prediction for this specific map, theoretically, for Yangon Galacticos, this is their best chance to win this tournament on a Smash Point rule set. The reason why I say that, Erangel, in my opinion, from what I've been observing, tends to be where they feel most at home. Then you flip the script, we go to our last 2 Miramars. I look at APG to then be the favorite. So if I'm Yangon Galacticos, I'm locking it in right here and now. Map number 4, I don't want to see Miramar because my chances of winning might have just gone down the drain. APG's on fire, but one of the things that's been hurting them is they only land military. They don't have a secondary drop, and because of that, they ran into issues a couple of maps ago. It took them a little bit longer to get to Smash Point, but yet here they are. Now, military is going to be quite active. We've talked about it. 3 teams on military, things start to get crowded. APG is now one of them.
They are going to get involved on military. They get to drop out early for the first time today over towards their drop spot, but the circle sends up towards the northwest side, so teams moving over towards Georgia Pole. That's normally Yangon Galacticos, going to have potentially a little bit of a better time, but on that north side, you've got those vehicle drops that could potentially get a little bit messy and get involved with other teams, but it seems like they're extricating themselves effectively for the time being. No one getting too close to one another. And no knocks being seen just yet. Of course, we're looking at Moible as well.
down in Primor's going to split up towards Quarry as well. Nobody really contesting on that spot. Again, early on that plane path, they should be looted nice and quickly, and that west side rotate, very available for them.
Very available indeed, and well, for Yangon Galacticos, they land a little bit short. Normally, they're up towards Georgia Pole, which would be phenomenal for them, being dead center. This time around, they will land a bit more to the eastern side of things. For eArena, already running into some issues. What a Sky getting the knife, and one is down, but Sky needs to get out of here, stay alive as long as possible.
Good news for Bora towards the bottom of these tables. eArena trying to defend. To be honest, no one's really paying attention to these teams down low. And it is 4 players to a vehicle for Yangon Galacticos, which we hate. But it does mean that they are going to have to grab a couple more vehicles on the road. And the buggy we first picked up by Smile. Besides a monster truck there as well, but they don't want to go for that. They're just going to draw up into those buildings.
This is a great opportunity for Yangon Galacticos to play for in-game. Not get too antsy. Let's not try to overexpose ourselves and go for eliminations. Let's tone back the aggressiveness. Again, I feel like they got way too aggressive in that last game. Would they still have won? I don't know. It would have been tough, but they were getting blessed by zones. Here, they have the best chance. This is quite literally the most perfect opportunity as it currently stands for Yangon Galacticos to hold it down, center zone, play for late game, and just stay quiet. That's my game plan if I'm them. Now, you do have teams moving in. Team Secret's going to be on the other side of the river towards Georgia Pole, and then, of course, eArena starts to come in as well. Maybe tempting fate to go into where Yangon Galacticos is currently at. They might go where Team Secret is. But we also shift our attention to APG. Once again, center of military, and they've got to make a decision. Eastern Bridge, Western Bridge. Where do they decide to go? Well, they've got 4 Thrives or Ida potentially to deal with them.
Could be problematic as time goes on. Team Secret have a position now against Joker, who's actually taking the fight fairly effectively here. Went down very, very low fast, but Frankie wasn't quite able to connect those final rounds. And now Frankie is in danger with Tony K and Sakura on the bottom floor. They will need to call for reinforcement, and in they come. Team Secret rallying around their high ground player. Sakura on the windowsills, looking for the shots, pre-fires the angle, that actually catches Zerus on the crossing. Beautifully found, and now Tony K has a turn up the staircase.
He's going to go ahead and camp up here, Frankie. Holding it down, nades cooking. Don't think it's going to have any impact. I'd like him to pull it back if I was him. Sakura, though, very limited health. And finally taken down. Team Secret taking this fight in stride, and an opportunity to get their down player is here, and they will be successful. As Tony K will fall. eArena starts to run on fumes. Joker last alive. And I just don't know if he's going to have what it takes to take down the 4-man unit of Team Secret.
This is an important fight to have concluded early. With the circle as it sits, teams are going to start to move towards the northern shore. eArena not being there opens the door for teams like Yangon Galacticos, like Power at the moment, to potentially try and sweep on through. It also leaves a little bit of an opening for Moible on the west flank to maybe move over that long Georgia Pole bridge.
Notice Ida starts to move across the Western Bridge. APG to follow suit. Thundertalk most likely going to go across Eastern. They won't have anybody there. APG's going to have to fight really hard to continue their way to center zone. That's why Yangon Galacticos are in such a great spot. Although Smile, I do feel he's a bit spread out from his roster, and that gives me a little bit of concern. I understand you want to lock down these bridges, and that's great for eliminations, that's great for points, but stay with your boys. Stay together. There's no reason to get too antsy here.
Taking a shot on the stairs. I mean, that kind of feels antsy to me.
I would say so.
A little bit of a pop there. Maybe a signal of things to come. They weren't able to close down, getting a little bit too over-aggressive. They're taking some damage, but they're establishing control on both sides of the river now for Yangon Galacticos. So a lot of overlooked positions, and that's the danger that you play into crates, right? It's so open around the edge. Getting out of there, if you overcommit early, is really, really difficult once teams start to move in. We're on board with APG, though, now, and they are being careful on their bridge crossing, but they needn't be. Oh, maybe. Okay, no, he's fine. He's around the edge of that blockade. They're zigzagging, they're going left, they're going right, and they are fighting ghosts right now.
Correct me if I'm wrong. We had, I know you would. We have a situation with Yangon Galacticos who were in this very spot when they won a game on Erangel. What, a couple days back, right? It was Team Secret who ended up crashing in on a roster on the ridgeline, or maybe was it Yangon Galacticos who? Yes, and then remember, then they crashed in. And they ended up taking a victory, and it was very, very close to where they currently are. So
it was APG,
and so they've won a game in this very spot, basically, or at least close to it. So familiar territory. They've already got a W here. Maybe they can replicate it.
Oh, well, they'll definitely be trying to, that's for certain. They would love to take home that chicken dinner and that title. The $500,000 in prize money. It's weighing heavily on the mind. And Moible trying to weigh up to them. 5 points short of the match point boundary right now. They do need to earn 5 more. You can see that posted up right now close to the west bridge on Georgia Pole. A long rotate across that bridge. It can get pretty dangerous, but at the moment there's only one team on the northern shore. That is Team Secret. That will change pretty quickly though. We've got teams starting to move in from the north. You've got Alter Ego, you've got Aura. Yangon Galacticos unlikely to go to North George, but potential for this area to get a little bit more packed.
For Alter Egos, maybe even fourth rise, but focused on Alter Egos, who I feel have been doing decently well today. They can have a good game here. There is a big chance potentially they can start to do what Weibo's been doing, right? Rallying back, breaking in to Smash Point. This game is critical to get close to that narrative, and then the next Miramar, maybe they surpass it, game 6, they can steal the whole tournament away, which would be insane, right, from Alter Egos and how well they've been playing. You look at Krypton yesterday, his clutch against Regnum Caria was incredible. So that would cap off a wonderful storyline we've been developing for this Alter Ego roster. Now, let's see where this next zone ends up going. And it's going to go straight towards Alter Ego up top, and Yangon Galacticos, who do make the audible, they follow Smile up ahead. Seems to have paid off because they're now well within the next zone.
That is a crazy hard shift up towards the north side. Yangon Galacticos immediately go to the northern shore. Power under pressure. Moible on the western side, moving over that west Georgia Pole bridge. APG, I wouldn't be too surprised to see them following Thunder Talk all the way out to the east, play that Roshok bridge, insert over to the eastern side of this next circle, but it's all on what Yangon Galacticos can do with the control that they've got over this river crossing.
Pushing Falcons back, Narvalo saying, okay, let me go ahead and scout out and see if that house is available. Well, it's simply not. He doubles back in, takes a couple more shots, and Renat says, look, you gotta stay away, brother, I'm not playing around with you. Falcons getting testing the waters just a little bit, but Yangon Galacticos hold it down. Regnum Caria also in the area, and we're still moving. Yangon Galacticos going forward, potentially challenging that of Falcons.
Oh, Mernat looking to try and clock Koa as he spins out the buggy or tries to connect on the tire. Maybe Ralph in danger, but he's pushed back. Yangon Galacticos have allowed about 4 teams through their position now for no benefit. They've got such a blockade that now sits to their north that was all southwards of them before. They retreat and they fold back.
This is interesting, and now APG getting relatively close over at Roshok. There is a chance maybe they clash depending on the route APG decides to take. I assume they're going to go more east and then go up north towards where Thunder Talk is currently at. But I agree with you. Yangon Galacticos letting Falcons get through along with a multitude of other rosters now puts them in a tough spot because you guarantee, well, I can't guarantee, but I at least think they're going to have to go north.
This is the thing, right? They didn't do either of the things that position was good for. 1, hold teams out towards the south. Take aggressive fights, force a blockade, force a traffic jam on that south side, and choke those rotations out. 2, head north before everyone else. You already have that advantage in terms of the pacing, and they've done neither. They took a little peek here and there, and they played it timid. They folded back into their compound, and now they're on the edge of the circle. They can still do something from here, right? There is still that opportunity, but I feel like they may have made a mistake in this situation. We'll have to wait and see if it's going to pan out that way. I also spotted Moible tilting teams towards the top, right? They rotated up that West Georgia Pole bridge. They've gone now wrapped around up towards the shooting range hill on the north side. They have a nice spread on the west side of this circle.
Yes.
I like what Moible has done on this match, a lot more certainly than Yangon Galacticos.
Yeah, Moible, Alter Egos, I think, are in prime positions to have a deep run in this game, and 2 rosters, you know, Moible obviously 5 points away. I mean, they could get that with placement points depending on how they play this. For Alter Egos, a good game here puts them closer and closer to the Smash points, loving where they're currently at. They can just hold their ground. they look strong. APG finally starts to get up towards the top. They rotated up through Rozhok. We have another shift, which surprisingly still has Yangon Galacticus in it on the southern portion, and they are relatively uncontested, so another deep run potential. But for that narrative against Alter Egos, they now have to go down south towards shooting range for Moible, still relatively strong opposite of Team Secret.
It's a non-zero possibility that Alpha Gaming crash into Yangon Galacticos' position here, and we get a fight for the smash point early in this game. We're still waiting for teams to start to drop here. We have already lost one, but there's still 14 more to go. As of course, we do have to have a chicken dinner winner at the end of it all. Fireflux, they've been busted down to 3 right now. They're playing on the northeast side. Gonna stop a little bit short. Can't stay in this compound. And then we'll have to get on the road. Alpha Gaming, same story for them. A little bit more south though.
So 4th Thrives will pass just north of them. Phallic catches one off guard. Fireflux Solish, yeah, just pumping gas over there, unfortunately, instead of moving forward. And that will take, of course, they will take advantage of that situation. 4th Thrives, a team that played so well throughout the group stages, now find themselves knocking on the door, potentially reaching Smash Point. Another roster that needs a solid game here in map number 4. It's a possibility. And that's what makes this grand finals great. We've got 2 teams who are already on Smash Point, but we've got teams who are definitely looking to make their way. We get to game 6, I'm expecting maybe 4 or 5.
I mean, it could go that way. It depends what teams like Alter Ego, what 4th Thrives are able to do here. It feels like those are the 2 teams who are, well, they are most likely to join, right? Especially with 4th Thrives already getting 3 points. They're up to 95 now. It's still quite a way to go. I think it's safe to say it is still very much a way to go. Unless you're just going to do back-to-back chicken dinners a la Weibo, it's going to be very, very difficult to make that one work. With where 4th Thrives are right now out in the east, it's going to be pretty tricky for them to enact that.
So before Yangon Galacticus had Smile go as a solo across the bridge, this time around 3 go up. Team Secret gets close, but they leave Renat down low on the shoreline, potentially closing that in if they do need to rotate back depending on where the zone ends up shifting. But I get so nervous when I see those solos out in the open like that. I really hope Renat does not get caught off guard with a third party.
At the moment though, we're on board with Alpha Gaming. They are circling around the south side of Falcons, who are crunched in the middle of a bit of a standoff here that is sort of concluding towards their north, and I imagine the Falcons going to want to get stuck in. Alpha Gaming, they're rolling around these hills, they're not peeking, they're getting information, they can hold out here for a little bit longer. Yangon Galacticos in the meantime have got a player from Team Secret now playing to the ridge to the west of their north point. See if they can do a little bit more from there. 4th Thrive still fighting on out, but they've lost IQ. Noki is down and exposed from the rest of these rosters. Alter Ego as well on the north side. Got to make this rotate very, very tricky.
Got Fireflux in this area. Alter Egos. Noxian Red Force also moving in. If I'm T24, I'm trying to get Noki back up, take the hovercraft, and potentially disengage if he can, but they've got to go through multiple rosters, so it might not be a possibility. Phallic, the smoke's going to help a little bit. He'll get behind the car, and is Noki getting picked up? Well, is this nade going to connect? It gets close, and it will knock Noki once again, and that's going to leave one 4th Thrives member to still try and fight for his life. Actually, none, as they're fully eliminated. That narrative, we said they needed a good game 4, going to have to wait until the next game potentially, but we still have Yangon Galacticus, APG, 4-man units, and they are deep into this game so far.
It's going to take at least 2 matches for 4th Thrives to get up into the smash point boundary, which means match 6, their only hope to maybe sneak in and get a chicken dinner there. But again, it's on back-to-back chicken dinners at this point. Eyes on the top 3 right now. Rosters on the table. The circle went up northwest. That's going to help Weibo potentially. Yangon as well, bolstering their position on the northwest side. So we'll see if they're able to find it. With Alter Ego stuck in this scrap on the northeast side, I don't think they're getting out of this one unscathed, especially with Alva already down. Fireflux are right next to them. Falcons are to the south of that. Thundertalk and APG beyond them on the horizon there. I don't think Alter Ego are going to be able to push through this one in a healthy way to take that chicken dinner on this match that they would so desperately need to get up to that boundary.
Well, one thing we know about Alter Egos is they know how to fight. They know how to get scrappy, and that was represented in Game 6 on Miramar just yesterday. With all 4 still up, well, maybe 1 down at least currently. I think Alter Egos might have a chance, but you're right, it's not going to be easy. And with Koam knocking down Rosemary, John, I'm starting to believe in what you're saying. This fight on the eastern side has been taking place for quite some time now, and it's still going to be probably another minute or 2 minutes before it's concluded.
Falcons picking up a few points there, picking up their teammate too, as they take the fight and they draw it away. Fireflux will fall in their face, but Yangon Galacticos versus APG. This is the fight for the top side of the tables. Hang on a minute, on the ridgeline, Yangon Galacticos have position, but Alpha Gaming rock on up. They swing from the east side and they're pushing in. First player to go down is Burner from Yangon Galacticos. Nades over in, and there's no equalizer.
Smile starts to back away, reposition. Top's going to try and get his teammate back up into the play. Smile, though, he's not going to relinquish that pressure. He's going to continue to push up. Doc does have a great angle if Smile overexposes himself. This is a critical fight. You have two Smash Point teams facing off against each other, and arguably, you could say whoever wins this, and especially if they win it in dominating fashion, most likely could, in fact, win this game and win the tournament.
Doc gets clocked from the sidelines there, and it's Regnum Kaya to try and take him down. The SLR finds the angle. Doc potentially reservoir behind this tree. Regnum Kaya will come under fire from teams like Hora, from teams like Team Secret as well. And Zjol has an answer. Over towards Wild, he'll get that knock, and Regnum Kaya's sightlines will start to get diminished here. Playing that forward position towards that north side hold, it's going to work out well. And Regnum Kaya now playing only as two. They only have one active sightline that allows the res to come through for APG, and Yangon Galacticos, they're not going to continue to lock horns with them.
No, not at all, and they also have a hardcover POI, which is wonderful for them. So when APG, if they do decide to push forward, APG is going to be in a tough spot. So the question is, will the third party from Regnum Kaya truly put APG into the dirt? Well, for Silas, he's worried about Noxium Red Force. You also have Moible, who's going to be up ahead. We've lost Ragnar from Power, Ida fighting off against him from a distance. You also got DRX joining in as well. Fights galore taking place, and well, for every player that gets taken down, for every team that's eliminated, that puts other rosters closer to Smash Point or closer to a victory.
Power eating lead right now as Ida taking them to task, but they have had their fair share of punishment here, with Eren going down as just Emre left standing, trying to flex those big muscles that we've seen on him. The size of that lad, indomitable, but right now, cowering behind this ridgeline with a blue zone at his back.
DRX, Haji from Power. DRX holding it down, not wanting to overcommit in this moment. By the way, the Alter Egos Horde fight still underway. That eastern side has yet to slow down. Nice shot from Yudbin up ahead. That's on Smile. That is a critical down, and for YG, they have to make a big decision. Leave their hard cover and go get the pickup. They're going to commit for it.
The difficulty here is that Yangon Galacticos have to leave their hard cover. Al-Haji giving a good attempt at holding against DRX, but you've got to imagine his number is up. Will go down as they cut through him. DRX managed that one cleanly. Ida going down as well, leaves 9 teams remaining. Placement points coming in soon, which remember is important for Weibo. They need 5 points this match to find that one. Smile did get res for Yangon Galacticos, but they still have to move north, and APG have 4 players alive. Moving north is so tricky against where Regnum Kaya are playing, and it might get even harder with DRX trying to backfill.
Here they go, and YG was firing a couple of shots. Sides is going to go up top and try and challenge the YG boys. This is going to get tense. Smile back on his feet. Nade cooking. It's thrown. Hyunbin manages to dodge. Another one thrown on Soez, but he dodges it as well. DRX continues to progress. Smile, he is dropped off for the second time in just a short amount of time.
APG grinning ear to ear right now. The main threat from the south side taken down, but DRX may just sidle in to take their place, usurp that position on the south edge and play as 4 rather than the 3 that Yangon Galacticos were playing around with before. Hyunbin nade over the top play cloud, sidesteps another, a Smile finally bleeds out. He's staying alive on a sliver of HP, and Scissors cut along from the sidelines. Romeo steps into the fight. The nade finally takes him down, but Romeo now pressured out by the blue zone.
Romeo, like you said, he's got to move, he's got to go, and he's pretty much the last hope and chance for the opportunity of Yangon Galacticos to close this out in Smash Point, but Reefus from APG guns him down, and APG now staying alive. A 4-man unit have a real chance to close the tournament out.
4 players alive, but look at the open field that sits before them. There are so many angles up the top of the hill that can take shots out this way. It's a question of keeping your head down, finding those later game rotates. We're in stage 5 right now, which means there's a lot of variability. And again, Regnum Karya get the knock over to Doc on the tree line. It's Reservoir, but they have the smokes? Do they have the time to go for it? Because DRX are right behind them.
That's right, they're about to get pincered. DRX from the flank, Regnum Karya up ahead, potentially Thunder Talk with the line of sight from the east. APG's job is not going to be easy, but let's face it, it's not easy to be a PMWC champion. So Alpha Gaming has to fight through. Moible on the top. They're fighting, it's getting scrappy, but they're losing forces quickly. The question is, were they even able to get 5 points? I don't think so.
I don't know if they've managed to break that boundary. They are just short of it. Goodness me, they have fallen short of the mark. And again, it's going to be into the next match, unless APG win it, with 2 teams potentially in that smash zone. As we refocus, Doc gets res. He's now playing all the way on the west side, and the teams up the top of the hill gonna have to move.
Team Secret, Hora, they've got to go in. For Tien, he's gone. Thunder Talk's forces are now down to 2. That alleviates a little bit of pressure off of APG, but maybe even focuses more from Regnum Karya up ahead, because now they don't have to worry as much about Thunder Talk. Doc, watch your back! Silas is taking you down!
It felt like he was slow on the trigger there for Silas. He spotted a player from Team Secret as well. What are you doing stood up there, my man? A broadside found, and Doc again has to get rezzed for APG. They have to commit forwards, but they are so open to these sidelines. And DRX could rule them out of this match. Reapus is low. The 2 players from APG committed onto the res onto Doc. DRX, it's go time.
This is the time for Regnum Karya to up the pressure, to up the ante onto APG. This is a beautiful opportunity to take them out and continue this tournament. When DRX starts to push up, you have a real opportunity. A nice shot. Yunbin will drop 1. That's going to be Reapus fully finished off, but Doc fights back. Doc gets a knock onto 1.
He needs to give something back to his team here. He's been picked up plenty. Now he needs to pick up the slack where his backline is starting to fall. They're playing as 3, and DRX have 3 players bearing down upon them, and he's down again. It's now all up to 2 players for APG to maybe take this one home. They'll get points, but I don't think they're getting the chicken dinner here with top falling. It's only Ziol left.
Ziol, the last hope and chance. Will the tournament end now? Will the solo make a heroic run? Well, he's surrounded. DRX, Team Secret now starting to crash in where DRX was just fighting against APG. Regnum Karya now forced to watch their back against Hora. Sleepy falls. Regnum Karya controlling center zone. The last one from Hora, last alive, is going to be No Fear. Down to a solo. Regnum Karya starts to push onto him. Thunder Talk with 2. Zeus moving in. Jaiki up ahead. Wild taking a lot of damage. Meanwhile, Ziol still stands.
Only just, though. It seems like he is not long for this one. As soon as Team Secret start to extend control, or DRX on the flip side, he's gonna go down here. Regnum Karya can't quite peek onto him right now because of Team Secret, who are still moving, still trying to settle into their next position. Silas wants the angles, he wants these shots, but he can't quite find them just yet. Wild is down, and the last player from Hora is right behind them. No Fear, nade over the top. That's Ziol going out, and APG laps on the south side, meaning we're going into Miramar.
Yes, we are, which is good news for APG, a great Miramar team. More on that in just a bit. For other rosters like DRX, Regnum Karya, a chance to elevate themselves up the standing, a chance to potentially make Smash Point, I would say, by game number 6. Their job not done just yet. I mentioned Hora earlier with No Fear, last alive. They've been fighting off against Regnum Karya, who now start to push up. And the question is now for Team Secret, can they take DRX out? The answer is undeniably yes, as only 1 more player remains, and now none. We're down to our top 3.
Team Secret losing their forward position with Regnum Karya trying to hold this high ground. They have a lot of pressure onto the south side. They've had it for a long, long time. They've been taking shots at that hillside for the last 7 minutes, and they have been finding points, but, well, actually they've been finding knocks, but not that many points to convert. They've been snuck away from the other teams playing on that hillside. But now, 3 players alive for Regnum Karya. They need to move south and potentially down the hill. Thunder Talk with 2 playing on the east side of this circle. They've got a couple of sporadic pieces of cover that sit before them. I think the hardest time here is Team Secret with 2. They have to make a mad dash.
The thing about Team Secret, they've had some deep runs today as it stands, but they have yet to be able to finally get over the hump, finally close out a game. Is this their opportunity? Well, I love the line of sight from sitting up from a distance. ThunderTalk most likely going to mow down Xerath, but you do have Regnum Karia starting to get active, starting to move just a little bit, and they're pushing where ThunderTalk is currently at, and they have the high ground.
They've moved into this one. They know that Team Secret unlikely to push super far into this and backfill them on the high ground. ThunderTalk would cut across them, which means that they do have the freedom to move laterally on this. Unfortunately, Team Secret up on these rocks do have an angle or 2 onto this high ground. So they may have just pushed themselves into a little bit of a corner here. However, they don't have to take this fight. They can allow Team Secret to take care of ThunderTalk and try and put pressure on the north side.
Wanting to make the first move. A lot of utility's been thrown, mind you, especially from ThunderTalk's perspective. I don't know how many they still have in the backpack, but you're gonna have to face up. Sitting, overexposed a little bit. Xerath takes the shot, sitting back behind the tree, goes for the transition, he's down.
Gets sat behind the tree there. The spray down on the cross is good, and that should be a flush nice and quickly. Team Secret under pressure, and Silas able to rain down the hill, and maybe they can start to rack up a few elim points for this power position that they've been playing for the longest time.
Got Team Secret, ThunderTalk now running on fumes. Jing so weak, Wild just needs to hit 1 bullet. Well, now a little couple more, but either way, you got to favor Regnum Karia. Loxy starts to push up. Frankie is going to drop Xerath as well. Now it's just up to 1 member from ThunderTalk. It's seeing from a distance. Only a tree to hide behind, and it's not enough. Regnum Karia control the pacing of the game, eliminate some heavy hitters, and they put themselves closer to smash point.
Moible falls short of the mark of the smash boundary in that match. I think that's one of the biggest storylines here, other than, of course, no finish of the tournament.
That's right.
But Moible not making that 128 is huge. They needed 5 points. They got 2, maybe 3, I think, with the placements that they were able to earn. That is not going to be enough. So they can only get a smash victory in match number 6.
That's right.
Moving into match number 5, only 2 teams can win it before we would end our tournament anyway. However, it could upset the point standings. If a team is able to sneak in match number 5 into that boundary, things can get messy over towards the top.
Well, there it is. Map number 4 is done. The tournament will continue, and coming up next is going to be Miramar. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, map 5 coming your way.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
anticipated addition to the Mummy Series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tomb Glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Fiend set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all. Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025.
Well, that's Erangel all done and dusted. Regnum carry here towards the very end, looking strong. But for all of these teams here, they are just fighting for a little bit more prize pool because this game went off the rails. We saw those northern shifts. Joining me, we have Seven, Neptura, as well as Maxman to talk about this. Neptura, a lot of these teams that are now in the Smash Zone or close to, way up the north, trying to get something done. They don't enter the Smash Zone. Oh, I'm going crazy.
Heartache. It really is heartache coming in here. They tried so hard and got so far, but so far it doesn't really matter because they don't come into that smash point, right? Just a couple of points away, and they tried so hard. I already said that, but they did try so hard. They got a lot of points coming in there. They tried to get a lot of those teams waiting for the right time, trying to recreate what happened in the third game of the day, but it just didn't work out. That zone was just not going to be going their way, and we go over the match ranking. We see 7 elimination points coming in for Regnum, stealing a lot of those points away from other teams.
For Moible, just way too passive. You can't play the same way that you were able to play it in the past. You're going to have to make sure you attack those teams, especially if you're trying to get there within the Smash Zone. It's not going to be enough, and I mean, it wasn't even enough to get into the first page. I do got to give some props, though, to Alpha Gaming. Somehow they were able to find a way into those circles. I will get a chance to talk about them a little bit later, but yeah, for Moible, more aggression, Max.
They had literally the perfect setup because Alpha Gaming were fighting against Yangon Galacticos. That was like the perfect setup for them to enter the Smash Zone, and those two main teams you're going up against not being able to actually convert that chicken dinner was so important. Unfortunately, not quite able to get as many eliminations as you just said, Sam.
Yeah, Yangon gone, but then, of course, Alpha in those kinds of dips. Neptura, it's as if they were there too early, right? With a team eventually coming from the high ground, as well as Team Secret eventually coming in from the west. It's not the easiest place to survive there at all.
It's really not. I never loved that position coming in for them. I understood why they did it. We were discussing it backstage, weren't we? Like, there's a lot of dips. You can just hold for a while, just wait for other teams to do something. But for me, I was like, it's too center in that zone because it's way too open. All those teams on that hillside can look down on you. You had Yangon in front of you as well. I think it was Romeo in the compound there as well with a different angle. So for me, it was a very, very risky play.
Mr. Seven.
I'm just going to be looking at some of these teams. I mean, top damage dealers, Arctic Eagle. That's a team that's currently trying to fight for the top 4. I thought with 4 tribes going out early on, I thought maybe they were going to try to make a push there. Just sadly, it doesn't end up going their way. And with Regnum, they're also trying to get in there. They're trying to get into the money. And with that performance, it definitely pushes them closer.
I mean, they were in 6th position at the start of the day, 7, and they've been slipping, not really able to get any results in the first 3 matches of the day. This chicken dinner, just like we saw at the very start of the day, can bring you a lot of money, possibly. So I think that is definitely going to be the case. I'm very excited to see where they are in the rankings. They might be in the top 5 because that was actually a big 17-point match.
Yeah, you're already talking about those huge potential leaps that do come along. The fact that we started with a leap of from 50k to 120k, so there's still so much to play for these teams as we continue things on. And now moving into Miramar as well, it does make me wonder because Seven, you were questioning if Alpha Gaming doesn't get it done here, and then going on to Miramar, this might be Yangon territory for sure.
I mean, for Alpha Gaming, they've been able to get a third place. They've been able to get a second place. So the performance is there. They just haven't gotten the win.
Yeah.
You know who has gotten a win? YG, Yangon Galacticos. That's what I want to see out of them, but they're continuing to just mess up their gameplay style.
Yeah.
I'm not enjoying what I'm seeing out of them. This team used to play edge, but they keep going center of the circle for some reason. Yangon, go back to what was working the past 2 days. Stop worrying so much about center of the circle. That was one of your greatest advantages.
One thing about Smash 4 is that teams will try and change their playstyle to try and hopefully convert a win, but they've converted wins before, Seven. You said it early on Miramar by playing edge. It was successful in the past, and here they're trying to play center. As we saw Niptra here, unfortunately for Yangon Galacticos, they might be throwing this tournament at the very last hurdle. They need to go back to playing edge, what was successful for them in the past.
Yeah, but the other thing is, as well, as while they struggle to get those wins, we saw on that board there, you actually had APG with an average of 8 elims on Miramar.
Yeah.
So purely by points, APG could take the win while Yangon are struggling.
Right, well, we have everybody's second favorite segment. It's Seven winning with 7. No, not you.
That's right. That's right. There's one thing that's been really pissing me off today, and that is none other than just Doc being so far away from his squad and just causing his team to just make mistakes, especially in this scenario. I love the way that APG was winning. I love the positioning that they were able to get, but every single time that Doc kept getting knocked, it kept forcing Top to go pick him up, Refits to go pick him up, and that was ultimately what broke the camel's back. As soon as Top decided to back up and go pick up Doc, guess what? The next team was moving up, and he gave the disadvantage to them. If they would have just been able to manage themselves, stay more compact like they have done in the past 2 days, I think we would have had a new champion by now.
Maybe it is tough stuff here. Let's take a look at those overalls and see what's going on so far, because we still have only 2 teams in the Smash Zone. Weibo was just 2 points away, Max, from joining.
Oh, if they win their fight versus Horror Esports, they'd be in the Smash Zone. They could try and convert the win now, despite being so far behind at the start of the day. Weibo, I think they're going to look back on this game and just that is the worst possible time for them to possibly miss out on the Smash Zone. But Alpha Gaming, Yangon Galacticos still going up there, currently a 10-point difference. So even if we don't end on a Smash, any of those 2 top teams could be the ones to take the trophy.
The other thing as well is you've got a lot of other teams actually catching up to them now. Regnan with 100, Alter Ego with 96, DRX with 96, Fourth Rise with 95. I mean, all of a sudden, not only are they no longer, or they are close to that Smash point, they don't get it, but they've now got 4 other teams nipping at their heels.
Imagine if someone like Regnum Carrier then suddenly joins the Smash Zone as well. I would lose my mind, which would be kind of crazy stuff. But of course, you guys at home can get involved in everything that's going on as well, because the Airdrop Carnival, you've only got 1 day left, I believe, on it overall. You can go log in and summon a surprise airdrop, collect 2025 airdrop vouchers for your chance to win official merch, smartphones, BD partner rewards, permanent in-game items, and more. Every participant is guaranteed to win. So make sure you get all that going on here, as we are now ready for our half-time as a whole, because we're heading over to Barney and Veracity, who are on the stage before our next game.
Kadia Esports Arena, are we ready for some more PUBG Mobile? That's what I like to hear now, Barney. Let me tell you now, Weibo Gaming, they can smell it. They can smell it in the air. They can smell the chicken dinner's getting ready to cook.
Yes, they can, but they're only a few points off that threshold of getting into Smash points, so unfortunately it won't happen in this game. But we still have 2 teams currently in the Smash Zone, so it could all end right here, right now, Veracity.
I'll tell you what I've been loving, though. The Weibo Gaming fans are here in full force. They've been showing their support. And just before we went live, I saw Regnum Carrier giving us a little bit of energy as well. I'm loving this. I'm loving the energy.
They did indeed. Right, we'll test it a little bit. Weibo Gaming, how you feeling?
No. I think you guys can do better than that. Weibo Gaming, are you here?
Okay, things are starting to heat up here. We are about to go into our Miramar matches. Like we've already said, it could end right here, right now, or we could go the distance. It's going to get spicy. So make sure you stay locked in and get comfortable, because we are heading in to Miramar.
Woo!
Thank you very much, Barney and Veracity, hyping up the Weibo fans, because they need a little bit of a pick-me-up after that last match. That fight on the north side did not go their way, and they are going to not quite make it to that Smash boundary to join Alpha Gaming and Yangon Galacticos with a chance to take it all here and to take it all now.
There it is, and now things start to get scary for the Yangon Galacticos roster, which they don't look too scared as they're waving to the camera. They actually look quite happy and content where they're currently at. But for APG, this is a real opportunity for them to take this tournament. They are phenomenal when it comes to Miramar. We looked at the stats just before heading into this game, and, well, they were the #1 team, averaging the most eliminations, but also placings as well. I think it could end here, but you did bring up a good potential narrative for the team of Moible before we went live. Let's discuss it.
So, I'm thinking, do Moible go in and try and hot drop one of these two teams?
So two teams being Yangon
Galacticos and Alpha Gaming.
Okay.
Do they want to try and sit on a single player, target, focus just one of those players? They get 1 point towards it. I say hot drop, maybe not in the sense of all going for a 4v4 fight.
Sure.
I feel like it may not be a terrible play to just drop on one single player from either Alpha Gaming or Yangon Galacticos, reduce their chances of winning, get 1 point closer towards that match point boundary. Sure. I think it might be an option. I think it's fairly unlikely. I think it's more likely that we see them just try and play by the book, play for the later game, but it's not out of the question, and so I'll be looking out for that. At the moment, though, it doesn't look like we're going to see that coming on through because both Yangon Galacticos and APG are out early.
That's interesting. Yangon Galacticos typically go up towards the El Pozo side of things up north. This time they're going south, maybe to throw off the scent of Hora and Falcons, who they have typically been trying to avoid. Remember, everybody, Yangon Galacticos, when it comes to Miramar, they are a team that plays in blue for the longest time. You typically do not see them within the zone until stage 3. That's when they start to move up. Granted, if the zone pops on them right now, it could be great. If we get an island finish, I'm ecstatic. I want chaos, especially in our potential final map. But we won't get that. We'll get a standard zone, which means, once again, the narrative for Yangon Galacticos most likely going to stay on the outskirts until about stage 3 when they start to move into the zone. Now, for the other rosters, APG, they are a bit split. Zeal does get a vehicle. He's going to go ahead and join top and go up ahead. But Seven did bring up a good narrative, man. Doc, the Dockening, right? Where is Doc always going, leaving his roster? He needs to stay put. And the same thing could be said for Mernat. The same thing could be said for Sleepy on Yangon Galacticos, because you go back to the previous Erangels, and they were just splitting off left and right. Solos do not win championships.
Yeah, but Doc's got 10 AD limbs, so, you know.
Sure.
Kind of cool, right?
It's a cool stat. You know what's cooler? $500,000 in a championship win.
I think you might be right, actually. I'll run the numbers and get back to you. But either way, we are on board with Hora right now, who did beat Moible in that fight on the northern side in the last match, preventing them from potentially being able to convert a smash victory here in match number 17 of our final set here in Riyadh. And they will not be happy if they have to come into contact with them once more. All the way towards Bayademar. On the south side here, Yangon Galacticos getting on looting. Nice and happy for themselves. They'll be chilled. I'm looking at where they could potentially be rotating through. You imagine that they're going to roll up potentially towards Monte Nuevo, coming through around Power Grid, potentially San Martin. There's always the option to go further north on this one. But I think it's fairly unlikely that they go the other direction and come into contact with APG, because that's really what I'm sort of looking out for here. Are those two teams going to come into contact with one another at some point during this match?
Yeah, Regnum Karia, big win on Erangel, puts them exactly at 100 points for map number 5. Game number 6, smash point opportunity, maybe. 28 points, though, would be one of the biggest games we have seen to date throughout the entirety of our tournament. So, highly unlikely, but for Regnum Karia, I think they've got to commit. I really do. But there is value, and there is an argument that just staying in top 5, that's a lot of money, right? And that's the question that always has to be answered for the rosters when it comes to a smash point rule set is it worth committing to try and silence a team to continue to tournament forward? For example, challenge Yangon Galacticos, challenge Alpha Gaming to continue to tournament. But you do that and you have the chance of potentially dropping half your roster. Doing that means another team who is a 4-stack has a chance to then pass you up, and you potentially lose out on thousands and thousands of dollars. So you've got to weigh the pros and cons, and you have to question, is it worth it truly to challenge the top rosters, or is it more worth it just to play your game and maintain your positioning and not necessarily go for gold?
I mean, that is the question, right? You can't really fault a team for thinking either way. I feel like if you're here to win the tournament, if you ignore the money, the plays are a little bit different.
Sure.
And I think that once you add in the profitability, the longevity of a team, of an organization investing in you as a team, it can start to change how you're thinking about this one. I know a lot of coaches will come out and say, no, we're just trying to play the game. We're not worried about the prize money. They're worried about the prize money. Like, they're worried about the prize money. What they're doing there is lying. And they will be much more focused on getting towards those spots, climbing that ladder, more so potentially than going for that top spot when it's a really outside chance.
So Alter Egos, you can talk about an outside chance even further down the standings than Regnum Karya. Huge pop-up game needed for them, but they want a sliver of a chance to take Smash Point. Because the reality is they're just a little bit too far away in the points category to catch up to first place currently, which is Yangon Galacticos, who still have a valuable lead in the point standings. Even if none of our Smash Point teams gets a win, let's say we go to Game 6, nobody gets a win, Yangon Galacticos being in first place still wins PMWC 2025. But for Alpha Gaming, they are still on their heels. And again, my favorite team to close the tournament out in map number 5. But they're going to have to fight tooth and nail into the zone. And well, Fourth Thrive's going to be just above them. Alter Egos to the right. And you also got to think, Yangon Galacticos, Moible are also going to be coming behind you. So you've got some competition all around you.
In terms of teams that can steal this first place spot, on these tables right now, I think from Alter Ego downwards, there's no chance ever that they are going to be able to make this one.
Fair.
As it stands, Regnum Karya, to be able to win via Smash, would have to get 28 points in this match, which is an 18 Elim chicken dinner.
The biggest game we've seen.
Biggest game we've seen so far in this tournament, so even they are an outside chance. Here. So it is really a three-part story in this final set of matches. These final goes at the desert, and we are with only 2 out ahead by a leg. For Gaming, they already rotated in. They're a little bit behind Four Thrives, a little bit behind Regnum Karya with Alter Ego parallel to them. DRX moving up past Impala. The team to actually do a lot of damage to APG and to Yangon Galacticos in that last game to deny a Smash victory in the final Erangel of the day.
DRX traveling across the coastline. They stay on the outskirts of the zone. That's going to be great for them because they can go all the way up towards Truckstop if they decide to go north. Hora Falcons starting to get relatively close to each other. That's a narrative we've had throughout the entirety of this tournament. Falcons, Hora, and typically Yangon Galacticos, who normally are up in the north side with them, but again, they choose to avoid all of that nonsense and drop down south. Of course, playing in the blue zone as they typically do. A couple of shots are fired off, but overall everybody is going to be okay. Falcons, Hora still have their 4 members up. But as they do start to condense, they get closer to Ida, who is going to be in that vicinity as well. The north side not as congested as the center, obviously, or even the southern portion, because the southern portion is about to get pretty active, but it still is something to watch. APG getting some damage taken onto them because up ahead is Fourth Thrives.
They're taking shots out their way. Zyol, though, he's going to be chilled out a little bit over here. Just going to pop that adrenaline. And he's going to turn around, not really want to get stuck in too much to this one. They're in this circle. They've got plenty more options to go for. Yangon Galacticos are on the road as well. They have just started their rotation from Valle de Mar. They went a little bit slowly past Minas del Valle on that south edge, and now they are moving on the south coast here, potentially towards Moible.
Right on, yeah. That brings that not hot drop narrative we were talking about, but still for Moible, I think there is value in challenging YG. We have a shift over to the right-hand side. That means Falcons, Ida, Hora, Noxium Red Force, DRX have to drop down, and that makes the job a little bit harder for APG, who now have to go into at least a culmination of 3 rosters.
Ooh, Order right next to Smile here. Order, of course, one of the most decorated players in PUBG Mobile. 2 global titles under his belt. Wants to try and make it a 3rd here. Unfortunately, he is the outside chance with the rest of Moible, so we'll see if they can pick up their feet. They don't come into contact with Smile. They don't want to stop off and go for the fight. Getting ahead of this one, I think, is it definitely is the right call here for Moible, getting into the circle as teams collapse.
Ooh, APG's dropping south. They didn't want to head straight into the zone. They didn't want to challenge E-Arena, Power, Fireflux, Regnum Karya, Falcons, Thunder Talk, who are all in that vicinity. They drop down, and we might see a back-to-back map repeat of YG versus APG. Weibo also there, 2 points away. Surely they reach the threshold this game. I would be shocked if they don't, but you've got three, literally our top three about to converge in the same location.
On the south side of the circle to the east of Los Leones. Weibo get the mountains first, and that may be the difference maker. We get a replay of the first Elim in this game. Oh no, maybe it was a later one on actually, because that was clocked over towards Fireflux. So a scrap between Ida and Aura on the northern side.
Nuts, dude.
Weibo continues, so they don't stop off at the cliffs to try and hold the teams behind them.
Well, I don't know. He starts to back up. I think they are going to decide to park the bus and potentially gatekeep Yangon Galactica. So APG not far behind. They go a little bit deeper in towards Alter Egos. Power fighting for center control. They've got Fireflux, Falcons, and Regnum Karya all around them. But for Power, they have a great spot where they currently are at. Even if they do get dropped down, I don't expect anybody to crash in on them. So most likely they're going to be just fine. Still, my eyes on Yangon Galacticus now starting to get to the southern portion of Weibo, where they're currently at. For APG, they veer off to the left-hand side. They're going in where E-Arena is currently at.
They have diverged from Yangon Galacticos' rotation. The east side of Los Leones a little bit too treacherous for them to fully commit. They're still at the blue zone, stage 2, so it's okay for now. The Yangon Galacticos, they are behind Weibo still, who've committed down to a compound that's surrounded by hillsides. I'm not sure about this one from Weibo. It's right on the edge. You imagine that they're trying to get further up towards the Impala Hills in this scenario, but I feel like holding in this location is certainly an interesting choice.
He, from Weibo, has been kind of the tip of the spear. He's been stopping right before Yangon Galacticus, and where he currently stands, if he hops out, he might be able to get some shots. Bernatz has, in fact, hopped out, potentially firing on Order, firing on He, who now goes up. We have a northern shift. Weibo will continue forward. DRX most likely to crash into them on their rotate, since they're getting a little bit active themselves. APG still keeping their distance from E-Arena, and for YG, well, now getting pincered in between Weibo and potentially Alter Egos to the left.
Weibo leading the charge, Yangon right behind them, Mernat hopping out, trying to take those shots. E-Arena losing another there on the southwest side. Now the rest of them close up. Fairly central, well, comparatively to a lot of teams here, fairly central on this circle. Weibo get a longhouse on the south side of it, and the Falcons actually have a lot of control over the road that splits the center of this circle.
Oh yeah, they can play spoiler without question. Team Falcons roster that could jump up potentially to top 5 off these next 2 maps if we continue to tournaments. E-Arena stuck in a bowl, and that's not good for them. Already have lost a player. The question is, will they lose more? Falcons in a very familiar spot. Remember, Falcons was in this very house trying to rotate out before they got gate kept by Yangon Galacticus, as well as a couple of other rosters just the previous day.
If Regnum Karya want to make magic happen, they do need to start to rack up these points. They've got the first, so they're out of the gates, and they've got APG to guard on the western side. And what better team to do it against, right? Against a team that could potentially smash if you're hoping to get a match 6 smash here. For Regnum Karya, this is how you do it. Again, I talked about Order before being one of the most decorated players in PUBG Mobile Esports. Silas, another representative of that accolade. He has got multiple global titles under his belt. He's got that PMGO title. He's got that PMGC title. And he wants the 3-peat, but they are a real underdog here. I talk about Weibo in this scenario as an outside chance. Regnum Karya, they're not even in the same town right now. They're so far outside.
And they are outside, actually, ironically, of APG's current positioning, and they do split. They've got a 2-2 split. Regnum Karya could take a distinct advantage of this, because they've got 4 players who are split themselves. However, they can move in onto top and Zeal if they decide to. Regnum Karya, a team that was putting the pressure on APG once we lost Yangon Galacticus in the previous map on Erangel. Regnum Karya ended that. And in fact, they're getting dangerously close to each other. For APG, they've been hovering around rosters, but they've stayed relatively quiet up until now.
Oh, Doc with the nades. We know how dangerous he is with those, but we know how dangerous he is to himself as well. If he gets overexposed, he's in a 1v2 right now. Sure, he's got top just over the way, but it looks like he's rotating back up towards the north. More nades being cooked. And Doc over the top with the overarm. Again, good. Silas may be in danger. Takes half his health bar, but not more than that. Top still negotiating the terrain around him and will bolster this position on the south point for APG.
Oh, but they might get pincered. Regnum Karya swinging wildly to the left-hand side with Wild and Co. They need to watch out for those off angles, and there's Wild on your very screen with Loxy. Loxy loves the off angles, and they're going to continue to try and pressure around to put APG into this vice grip. They've got to be very careful here. And let's not forget, Reefus has totally separated from his roster. He's all the way up north, and in fact, I believe he's down. So for APG, the troubles will continue. I'm starting to get worried.
This is looking dangerous. Scarface from Fireflux as well. Now with a chance to take Ziol out here. Close range with the auto shotty. The SK-12, no match for Ziol with the pump action. Takes Scarface down at a distance. Matcap can't do anything about it. But Top falls in the meantime. And he's going to go down to Wild from Regnum Karya.
It's 2 down. Ziol, you got to stay up here. Regnum Karya once again looking to silence the team of APG in back-to-back games. They're so close to doing it, and Toshbik is pushing up. Doc by himself, forced to hold his ground, retreats to the hard cover. That's all he can do.
That sentence seems to ring in my ears. Doc by himself. And he is now facing against Toshbik on this ridge line. Doesn't quite have the backup close enough, and the damage is starting to pour on through. 3 players survive for Regnum Karya. The Molotov to slow down a retreat. Doc is trapped up on this building. Ziol marching forwards to get the assist here, but Matcap has other ideas. More damage sent over towards Toshbik, and APG still going to be fighting for this one.
Ziol thinks in trouble though. Matcap cooking the nade. Go ahead and throw it. Pull out your weapon and take the shot. He's right in front of you, right for the picking, but as he does pull the weapon out, Ziol backs him up with the damage. He has no choice but to continue to push up. Doc has finally joined into the mix, and they've left the hard cover because of the blue zone. Regnum Karya, I don't think know where Alpha Gaming has gone as of yet, but again, the story on Matcap up ahead for Fireflux.
Oh, it's starting to get dicey for Alpha Gaming. And they are down to 2. They're going to push up towards Matcap, a solo, and Fireflux, whose ridgeline is getting suppressed by power across the way. And Ziol's down as well, leaving a solo for Alpha Gaming. Now, I'm going to reframe this one over towards Yangon Galacticos because Alpha are out of the running. They went for a wide sweep out the east side of Impala. They rotated up. Then it was a hard west shift on the circle in the previous circle. It's been that long that Alpha Gaming have been fighting. They're now up on the north side, near to Nongshim Red Force, near to Team Secret on the east edge, and they're going to crash down south towards Team Secret.
They've got to. This is a perfect opportunity. If they can win this fight in sensational fashion, it would put them in such a distinct advantage, and it is looking good, at least off the rip. Cloud's going to drop one. Smile's going to get the finish on the drop player. You've got a couple more to deal with up ahead. If Yangon Galacticus could win this spot, they can gatekeep Hora, they can gatekeep DRX, but it is imperative they do not lose a single player.
Trang moves back. Team Secret giving ground again in the face of Yangon Galacticos. A nade as they fade away, but they will not find the knock, and Trang goes down. Now they're looking for Frankie. Team Secret on 2 players standing, trying to keep things going, but the nades pour on in, and Yangon Galacticos lose 2. They have to slow down, but Team Secret will not be able to take this fight. In the meantime, though, DRX looking to put pressure on.
Here they come. DRX, Hora might be in hot pursuit as well. That's something to keep our eyes on. But for the reset, well, Yangon Galacticus go for it. Jaiki takes a little bit of damage. That gives enough time to get the members from Yangon Galacticus potentially up, but they're still 2 down, and they don't have the chance just yet. And slowly but surely, Team Secret starts to get it. A nade comes out. Frankie on the outskirts. That's a dangerous off angle, and as he backs away, he wants to at least maintain his tournament life. A chance is still here, but again, you brought up DRX. They're just on the outskirts.
And Falcons are taking shots over this way as well. Stabilization now for Yangon Galacticos. All 4 players are there, and Team Secret are starting to fold back. Have to fall away to the wayside as the circle moves away from them.
Frankie's been dropped. Romeo manages to get the pickup. Team Secret. It was a wonderful fight, but now they are left down to just one solo. We take a look once again at Yangon Galacticos, this time forced to focus on the remaining members, not only from Team Secret, but also DRX. And they do have a chance, if they want to go north, potentially to third party, this Thunder Talk Noxium Red Force fight to control the entirety of the north-hand side. That might be an option. And we got Romeo. He's in a vehicle and he might be moving.
I've just seen on the Elim feed Order getting knocked there, and Moible, remember, needs 2 points. They only need 2 points. 2 placements would do it, 2 Elims would do it, 1 placement, 1 Elim would do it. Those are the only 3 ways that you can organize those point scoring systems. But the fact remains that they will have to move north on this one. They will have to move from under the sightlines of Falcons, who are dead center on this circle. They've got so much control.
Yangon Galactica staying alive. It got a bit hairy. The nades were almost their undoing. Luckily for them, Team Secret could not collapse in time to get the finishes, and therefore, Yangon Galacticos, the dream still alive on Smash Point. The chance to close this tournament out on map number 5 still exists. And with DRX backing away, they leave the solo from Team Secret in Trang, and they do in fact go up north where Noxium Red Force is currently standing.
Gonna try and sideline over. Moible going for a crash as well. Remember, 2 points. 2 points is all they need. And into power they go. 2 players close by and out into the ground floor fight. Alhaji first to face. Easy on the top floor. They're gonna try and play up and down the stairs, establish a crossfire, and it's good for 1. Easy is able to close the jaws on the first pickup, but Moible still have 3 more players going.
And you also have Yangon Galacticos crashing in on Noxium Red Force. 2 critical fights taking place between 2 critical teams. SayCloud is going to manage to take down Duck. You also have Easy falling. Moible manages to get 1 elimination plus the finish, but they're still 1 point away. 2 big fights. Who's going to come out ahead?
Moible find that 2nd point on a flush, and they're into the smash zone now. It doesn't really matter what they do for the rest of it, as we want to head over towards Yangon Galacticos. There are 3 players on the north, with Noxium Red Force fighting on the inside, and Falcons are flexing out to the north to third party this.
That's right. Yangon Galacticos need to stay up. They unfortunately lost a player. Noxium Red Force manages to hold their ground against the roster who's been on Smash Point for the longest time. As you also said, Falcons start to roll up. An identical situation they were in against Team Secret and DRX just moments before. But Noxium Red Force, they're out for blood. They want to feast, and Yangon Galacticos might be the mill.
Trying to jump off that plate, Mernat holding first. Close to Beanie. The nades don't seem to be coming through. You've got to wonder how many are left in the back pocket. The next circle comes in and this fight needs to conclude because of it. Falcons happy about the shift. Yangon Galacticos less so. They need this fight to end. They need to end it fairly quickly too.
Yes, they do. And then you have to deal with Falcons right after that. So the task is not going to be easy. SayCloud falls out of nowhere. Ida and Aaron, the solo, managed to hit a shot from I don't know how many meters away. And this only helps Noxium Red Force as they start to push up. Mernat will also fall. And now it's up to a solo unless they can get back up to a duo, which they manage to finally do.
SayCloud back to his feet, looking to try and heal. Nades in hand now, 5 for Romeo. A lot of ordnance to put down here, and they need to expend it now. Doesn't connect a lot there. Romeo dashes forwards, the DBS in hand. Binny chases him down and catches his heel as it tries to go through. A 1-for-1 trade, but SayCloud has 2 more to deal with, and it will not be a smash here in match number 5. You can see the Moible fans are happy about that one.
That's right, Moible has a chance to win PMWC 2025. They put themselves in a winning spot. The question is, can they close it out? It's going to be a 3-horse race going into map number 6, the guaranteed final map of PMWC 2025. But now we focus our attention on the remaining players. Let's not forget, points still matter. And for Moible, yes, they're on Smash Point, but they also have a chance to go up into 2nd place, pass up APG, and potentially even get close enough to take down YG in game number 6 in the points category.
There are still technically enough points left in the lobby for Regnum Kaya to join them as well.
That's
towards the top side, but that's not really very likely at all, especially with Noxium going down here. I think if these 3 points don't go to Regnum Kaya, then it's impossible for them to ladder up and get into that Smash Point boundary. And of course, it's very, very likely that that's not going to be the case, with Falcons having a chokehold on this circle in a way that we haven't seen from them at all, actually, in this tournament. It's really been a bit of a disappointment from the Falcons roster, but maybe they can go out with a bang.
Let's find out. All by himself. We've seen him clutch up many times, but Kix is going to be watching from a distance from DRX. All eyes on Regnocaria, really, as far as I'm concerned. Again, the roster who might be able to get to that point threshold, it's not going to be easy, maybe not even mathematically possible, but they've got to give it a good effort. They crash in on Eren, a guy that dismantled YG from a distance. This time now he has to stand his ground in a shed against Loxy. Great nade to take him down half health, but still, Wild has the angle. You can't jump, you can't really move. You just pray and hope the utility works, and it will on Loxy.
That is nasty business from Eren, and another one over the top. The fire's not going to bother him, and that's a flush. Regnocaria getting dismantled. The solo in the shack. Eren, the young firecracker on the roster. His rookie season last year, he had an impact.
He can do this.
He wants to have a little bit more here against Regnocaria. Tries to thread through the vehicle on the hop in, hop out, sidestep, but is eventually taken down. Meanwhile, Moible with a chance.
There it is. Moible has a chance, but Four Thrives are looking to take it away. They're fighting hard. They are fighting tooth and nail. IQ gets a finish onto one. Weibo's numbers will start to dwindle away. Now 2 players, but Sook says, I'm not done just yet. He'll get a cleanup on one. Naki will also drop order, but for Weibo, they stand with a solo, and Four Thrives are out.
Rez onto 33Z, onto order as well. It will be able to come through. Alva is close by to them, so could be a little bit dangerous. Oh, there's a nade. Doesn't quite connect, so they're going to know there's a player close by. This should be a Falcons chicken dinner.
Absolutely.
If they don't win it, Falcons back.
Well, Falcons still very close, potentially breaking up in the top 5. That is a narrative. Alva, great shots. Hold up a second. Alter Egos becoming a narrative once again. Alva has been the clutch master oftentimes, and well, now he has a chance to do just that. I mean, he is working these angles masterfully, and for order up ahead, question is, can he take down Alva? I don't know. It's going to be, of course, solo versus solo. Winner stays alive, a chance to get more placement points, and Alva is moving, but not for long. Orta gets it, a couple of shots in celebration. Weibo, no, they are going into Game 6 with the chance.
They've got 7 elims, 4th place. They may have actually overtaken Alpha Gaming, depending on how many placement points they're able to earn here. So 2nd place is up for grabs, a nice little pay bump for them if they can find it. Of course, coming up into 2nd place from 3rd place goes from 150 grand to $250,000. That is 100,000.
Yeah, and from what I'm hearing, 1 elim will tie Alpha Gaming. Just 1. If they can get it, my oh my, is it going to be on a Regnocaria member, or maybe even on Kix up ahead from order? He's got options, but he's got to pick and choose properly for Regnocaria if he chooses to go into Toshpik. Well, Wild might be able to help. Actually, no, I take that back. Wild is fully focused on Falcons up ahead, so Toshpik is going to be the one to potentially ruin the chances from Weibo to catch up to APG.
For my money, the smartest play Order can make is staying quiet here. Not getting engaged. DRX are, I believe, just about in this circle. I think it is Shaq. I thought he might have been outside of the circle here on the south side, but he's going to be right up and against it. Falcons know where he is. Order should know where he is. He's going to be locked into this one, especially with the circle shifting out as it does. DRX is going to have to go out first, but Order hops back into the vehicle. He's repositioning. He wants to get a little bit of a different angle on this one as Falcons start to extend their influence over this circle.
Yes, they do, but one of the things that's done Falcons in previous games is getting overly aggressive. This time, I think it is going to be the off angles from the solo. Now, Kix dropping here would be wonderful for Falcons. They get him off of that side angle, and they can focus on everybody up just to the north-hand side. But I do not want to discredit the power of where Order is currently at. He truly could be instrumental once he finally does get active, especially when all these fights end up taking place. I don't know, maybe he can steal this game. It would be insanity, but it is a possibility.
He's not going to have to move before DRX have to move, before the last player from DRX has to step out into the open and get lit up by the Falcons. Well, everybody, really, because you can see Narvalo's just waiting. Okay, deny it to the blue zone as well. This is a placement point for Weibo. That does the same thing.
Oh.
They ladder up into 3rd. That's another point.
That Narvalo hit the shot needed to take him down before Blue did, but Blue was successful. Well, they know where Order's at. Again, Toshpik on that off angle, I just don't think they're ready for it. Shots are going to come through. Ralph is going to fire upon him. Toshbik is going to renegotiate his position. Wild will maintain his ground. Falcons start to move up. This is their game to take. Toshbik will fall. Wild behind the vehicle. If a good nade is thrown, it might just drop him or at least get rid of the vehicle. Wild's gone. Now, you've got the solo from Moible. It's Order. He's looking down on Falcons. He's going to manage to drop Ralph. Like I said, Order might be able to do it, but it's not going to happen. The crowd favorite team, Falcons, finally back in the winner's circle.
They find the elims, they find the shutdown. Team Falcons able to get a chicken dinner right towards the end. Moible, they are into the smash point zone as well at the top of the tables, and 3 teams now stand atop the pack.
And Moible is officially 1 point ahead of Alpha Gaming, putting them in second place. It's been a 2-horse race for the majority of this tournament, for the majority of grand finals, but finally Moible has put themselves in a position to become champions themselves. But it comes down to one more map, one more Miramar to decide our new champion, PUBG 2025. A lot riding on the line and only one more opportunity to achieve greatness. We're going to take another break. When we come back, the final game of PUBG 2025 will be upon us.
Dear PUBG Mobile fans, we are delighted to invite you to the 2025 PUBG Mobile World Cup at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh, KSA. This exciting event will take place from July 25th to August 3rd at the Boulevard City. We've prepared tons of event perks, such as the PMWC Avatar Frame, Esports Passion Set, Esports Passion Parachute, and tons more items. Let's check out how you can get all these rewards. During the tournament, go to the Pandora event page via Lobby, Event Center, Esports to join the event. Mormon from SEA, Top from CSA, Pedrinho from the Americas, Silas from the EU, and Prestige from MENA will guide you through the 5 major parts of the event. They consist of tournament celebration, prediction rewards, esports shop, themed outfit, and champion challenge. Join these activities to earn rewards and collect esports tokens to redeem even more gifts in the esports shop. The more esports tokens you collect, the better rewards you'll get. You can get up to 2,870 esports tokens from the prediction event. It takes place from July 23rd to August 5th and consists of 3 stages that coincide with the tournament: group stage, survival stage, and grand finals. During the group stage, get 20 esports tokens by predicting the 8 teams you think will advance directly to the grand finals. Each correct prediction will grant you an additional 60 tokens. Make a total of 3, 6, and 8 correct predictions to get 300, 680, and 720 tokens, respectively. You'll get another chance during the survival stage to guess the other 8 teams that will make it to the grand finals. The rewards are the same as the group stage. During the grand finals, you must try and predict the ultimate champion. Just predicting will grant 30 tokens, and a correct prediction will grant 400 tokens. If you're unsure about your predictions, you can let your friends' predictions guide you. Find someone reliable, copy their predictions, and wait to be rewarded. The 3 prediction rounds take place on July 27th, July 30th, and August 3rd at 10:45 UTC 0. Rewards are issued the second day after each stage ends at 4 a.m. UTC 0. You'll receive esports tokens based on your prediction results. Note, esports tokens don't expire and can be used in future esports events. Who do you think will be the ultimate champion? Join the 2025 PMWC event and share your predictions. Invite your friends to join the predictions and watch the tournament unfold.
Falcons holds down the road west of Impala and is able to get themselves a very important victory to try and push themselves up the leaderboard, up for a more prize pool here at PMWC. But at the same time as well, whilst you're watching these games go on, you can also check out the EWC app, which is obviously over on their app stores, and keep up with everything that's going on here for EWC as a whole. Not only this tournament, but the other tournaments that are going on throughout all of the festivities here. Now, let's talk about Falcons, of course, here. 7, Neptura, Maxman joining me. 7, an important win for Falcons to try and push themselves into those higher prize pool brackets.
Once again, a team that just really haven't done much the past 3 days. They ended up getting to the win. I felt like this one was kind of gifted as well. They were having some 2-2 splits, but overall, it's Team Falcons pretty much getting themselves into more money in Neptura.
Yeah, and it's really well played from them as well. They have that, well, 2-2 split, I think it was, in the middle of that ravine where the road goes down. That position is really, really good, particularly in that zone. However, you need to use splits if you want to use it effectively, if you don't want to get taken out. So they actually played that really, really well with those splits and then transferred over into a more of a 1-1-1-1 spread across the end of zone to actually take a lot more control. So for them, it was actually very, very well played, and they got the win for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, we just went on the second page. We have to talk about Moible Gaming, right? They just entered the Smash with that game. They just got in, Order clutching it up at the end. I was thinking, actually, if they maybe got a few more points earlier, maybe Order can clutch it. Unfortunately, they don't get the entirety of that match. They do lose at the end to Falcons, but that fight versus Power, I was not sure how that was going to go down because that was a risky push, but luckily enough, they get the full reset, allowing them to then take a fight against 4 Thrives, against the side of even Alvov or Trigo. It was a risky one, but now they're in the Smash Zone, meaning they could snatch it away in this very last upcoming game.
Right, that's an important thing to actually talk about here, right? Because we are down to the last game now. That technically, if one of these 3 teams could smash and be able to get themselves the victory here. However, if that doesn't happen, 7, the one with the most points will be the champion here at PMWC.
Yeah, with the way the Yangon has been playing throughout the whole day, we got to wait and see what the overall is going to be looking like, because this team has been consistent. They just haven't been able to get the win. Remember what happened yesterday, though? This was a team that did end up getting a win with 12 eliminations, so it could happen here. And they went back to playing how they usually play. They went back to playing Edge and also hunting down teams. That is the YG I want to see going into this last game.
I mean, we're getting so hyped here, 7 Neptura during that game. It's like, actually, they're going back to playing the Edge instead of the center. This is what rewarded you with so many wins in these finals at PMWC. They're going back to the basics that were so successful in the past. Yangon Galacticos here on Miramar, they had a really good rotate. Unfortunately, I think you mentioned it, Kalaris, a little bit earlier. Lack of scouting. Maybe they could have a little bit of a better entry point on the eastern side of the circle. Maybe go entirely up north. But here didn't quite work out. And Nongshim Red Force were able to actually put an end to the reign of dominance here of Yangon Galacticos.
I actually also like their push onto Nongshim for a different reason, Max. Is because Nongshim and Thundertalk were fighting it out. And actually, Nongshim is the more dangerous team to win out of that situation. If Thundertalk had won over Nongshim, historically speaking, over the last 2 days, 3 days nearly now, we haven't seen anything else from them. So for the rest of the lobby, they're not really looking like a very dangerous team to go up against. Nongshim, on the other hand, particularly today, have been doing really, really well. So if a team like Yangon want a chance at actually winning the game, they had to take out Nongshim. So for them, going up to that north side was a great play.
Well, as you can see, the rest of the teams here are getting ready for our final game, trying to figure out exactly how they're going to approach things. Let's take a look at the overalls. Let's get a lay of the land here. Oh my days. Weibo moves into second place as well as being able to move into the Smash Zone. Alpha Gaming is hot on their heels, but that takeover is huge. And now, Yangon, 150 points. It would be poetic, Max, if we saw them get a win and win on points overall, but we will see how this goes.
The dream is still alive for Yangon Galacticos. But actually, I want to take our attention to Weibo Gaming and Alpha Gaming. they don't need to smash to win this. All you need is an early elimination onto Yangon Galacticos. Moible would need 11 points, 12 points for Alpha Gaming to at least tie, maybe try and overtake, because you can't win the tiebreaker because they have 4 chicken dinners. So you would need technically 12 and 13 points respectively. So we could have a new champion here without the smash rules actually being in full effect.
That's right. I mean, and also take a look at all those teams towards the bottom. They are going to be fighting for that money as well, for that prize pool. Everything is so close by, but going back to the top, this is all these teams throughout the finals have been able to achieve at least a minimum top 3. Some even a win with Yangon Galacticos. It's going to come down to that final match, and it's going to come down to seeing if Moible Gaming and Alpha Gaming can get a win.
I don't think Alpha Gaming like this turn of events at all. I mean, we've seen it too many times, right? Across global events, it just keeps happening. They keep slipping on that final day. At least it's only by 1 point. So with the final game, maybe they can actually go, actually, we've well had enough of this. It's time to get back into second place, maybe even that first rather. And maybe that's just the fire they need underneath them to get them going.
Moible Gaming, I'm looking back at the Hong Kong Invitational. This team got saved because Influence Rage got eliminated in last second. Here, no one is coming to save you. If you are going to climb up to that first place, Moible, it's all relying on your efforts to take this win.
And I'm going to be looking at APG going into this last match. They need to take a fight and focus on that fight, not just be taking multiple fights, because earlier they were fighting Fireflux. On top of that, they were fighting Regnum and Karia, and they just weren't focusing. You got to focus on the fight, and you got to make sure you do the right rotation as well.
Well, let's take a look at the top teams on Miramar once again. Our 3 teams that are able to smash or move into the point lead are right there. And whilst we're taking a look at that, before we go into our last game, let's do some predictions for the champion. We're going to start with Maxman.
Oh, can I go last?
Oh.
No,
Does
you
he
can't.
dare?
I can't pick APG. I've done it too many. I'm going Moible. I'm going Moible on this one. China, let's go.
APG, yeah. It's got to be.
I started with them. I'm going to finish with them for the final day. APG.
All right, and I never give predictions, but we've got to give some Yangon love as well here. Let's get this a-rolling. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one final game. You can see all of these players getting ready to go. He's going to elbow drop them into oblivion here for this one. Those are the predictions coming out from the desk as all these teams are getting ready to go. I'm not sure that they're ready to jump straight into this game just yet, Seven. So we do have a few moments before we get to this, but it's always nice to get some predictions out of there just before what is a bit of an insane situation here, Nepturo.
Can I just how bad would it be if I changed my prediction to Falcons?
What?
The championship.
Nope, stop you. Stop.
I had to throw it out one last time. They did win the last match, but I know it's not going to happen.
What? Cool, if you want.
I mean, one that you ended up picking, Max, Moible Gaming, something that I did enjoy out of that last match from them. Remember, throughout the whole day, this team was playing slow. We were saying at one time it was a little bit too slow. With the fight that they took against Power, that aggression was there, and I feel like that's something that they need to have here. They need to have that switch coming into this last game.
That's been something that has been just switched up to 11 for today. Their aggression, they're looking to take fights. They knew especially how many points they needed to get into the smash zone. They know now you don't take unnecessary fights. You need to get into the late game, get into the top 8, your top 5, your top 3, get into the late game scenario and get the actual win. If they can also just get high elimination game, maybe it could work out, but all the teams can make it work in the end of this match.
I started the day asking if it was going to be the destiny, if it was going to be the dream, or will it be destruction? It turns out Weeaboo is about to potentially cause destruction here as we have the volcanic conclusion of PMWC underway for 2025.
Seismic shifts on the table to close down our penultimate match. Moible break into that smash zone. They will join Yangon Galacticos and Alpha Gaming with a chance here in the final match of the PMWC. It's all to play for.
Here it is, the last chance, the last dance, our guaranteed final map. 3 teams have fought tooth and nail. They have given it their all to end up in this very spot, to become champions, to cement their names in PUBG Mobile history. The question is, who has it in them to close it out? All that work to not be for nothing, all that work to gain something you can never lose, to be a champion. Yangon Galacticos, Moible, Alpha Gaming, all 3 of those rosters are going for gold. and it's only going to be one of them as champions. We also had a chance to ask our talent managers who they were predicting to take this game, and it was Alpha Gaming. So Alpha Gaming pretty much across the board, not only from a talent perspective, but also from our talent managers. Now the question is, Arena, who's winning it? Is it Moible Gaming? I think so, maybe. Alpha Gaming have a chance. Yangon Galacticos, everybody's got their fan base. Everybody's got the opportunity to cheer and get loud. They need your energy. Get loud in the arena, because it's time to get our final game started.
What a way to close down the tournament. A 3-team chance, a shot at that trophy. It's been glittering and glimmering before their very eyes for the last few days, and they now have a chance to raise it. Or will their key drop into the key crusher along with 14 others? It will have to remain to be seen as we take a look at where our drops are coming on through. At the moment, I'm seeing Moible. They're out over the center part of this playing path, which has a fairly northern situation. Alpha Gaming on the south side.
Okay, so for Yangon Galacticos, they changed it up before. Do they go up north, where they've been so familiar, and it looks as if they will, which again puts that narrative. Horda, Falcons potentially gatekeeping them, and this is scary. You change it up last game, yes, you go towards the south, but this time around for Horda and Falcons, maybe a bit personal. Keep them at bay, shut them down. You have to be expecting them to rotate into you. So for Yangon Galacticos, they've got to get creative, and one thing they love to do again is stay in blue and then drop down south. So most likely going to see them making their way into stage 2, stage 3. For APG, however, they are within zone, but they've got company all around them.
Hey, look at that. 1 point immediately earned. Tiebreaker back on in action. I think that means that Moible do win the tiebreaker. I believe they've got one more chicken dinner than Alpha Gaming, if I'm not mistaken, having earned the back-to-back that they've been able to find today. So they are sat on 2 chicken dinners. 139, of course, that will be the tiebreaker, unless Alpha Gaming win. But then it's a non-factor because they win via the smash ruling. Oh, there's so many interlocking rules. I love logistical, bureaucratic nightmares on points tables. It's what I live for.
And just to confirm, it is Moible with 2 wins, Alpha Gaming with 1. So something to take effect a little bit later on, but all eyes, of course, on these 3 great rosters. You know, you got one starting off relatively hot, of course, being Moible, APG getting a first shot, but that also puts a target on their back, right? Shots are fired, teams are getting active, which might be in the back of the mind of the other rosters thinking, I want to third party this because this is our last chance to elevate ourselves up the leaderboard.
Absolutely. There's a lot of money that's mixed in the middle of the tables. Obviously, the 3 teams at the top have taken a lot of points, but the points gap between teams like Regnum Kaya all the way down to Team Secret, right? So 4th to 12th. That drop-off could be there, right? And that is a pretty sizable chunk. 4th place is $120,000, and then you go down to 12th at 45. With a single game, they can change things around, earn more, drop down. It's a lot of wiggle room here.
Without a doubt. And Regnum Kaya, they have been the boogeyman of, well, APG over the past couple of maps. This time around, they take down Krypton from Alter Egos. A guy that clutches up, a guy that you want to stay alive. Does it impact the standings? Well, potentially. Alter Egos could pass DRX, 4th Thrives, maybe even Regnum Kaya themselves. So for Regnum Kaya, taking down one from Alter Egos, and in my opinion, the tip of the spear, albeit outside of Rosemary, that puts Regnum Kaya in an even safer spot.
Absolutely. They're going to feel a little bit safer as time goes on. Behind them, of course, the Falcons coming off of a chicken dinner. You know what? I was kind of surprised that Neptura decided to predict them for the tournament win. Not because they're so far down the tables, but because they're not Team Spirit. And of course, Neptura loves Team Spirit. Favorite team. Unfortunately, they didn't even make it out of CSA.
That's right. Team Spirit, rest in peace. Neptura, keep sending your love to them. Maybe they'll come back next year.
Absolutely.
I do want to point out Moible, however, pretty centralized in the zone. DRX do start to move in relatively close to them. That's going to be a fun one to potentially watch. But for Moible, they're going to try and stay as quiet as possible, but they can also gatekeep a couple of rosters. Noxian Red Force, DRX, Ida, maybe Thunder Talk, who's a little bit further away. For Yangon Galacticos, again, staying up towards Trailer Park, they're going to stay there for a long time. They're going to play it slow. They're not going to get too antsy because, again, you've got Falcons and Aura, which for Thrives, are they maybe thinking about challenging Falcons? You do have T24s getting relatively close.
Could potentially be just scouting out, trying to navigate those rotations out east. In the meantime, though, in the center of this circle, just around Hacienda del Patron, around San Martin, Moible currently looking for position. We know what's on the line for this team. The tiebreaker order goes Yangon Galacticos, followed by Moible, followed by Alpha Gaming. That will not change because with the chicken dinners sitting as they are, that's the order of the tiebreakers. And of course, if any one of them increases their chicken dinner score, they win the tournament by the smash rule.
That's right.
So that tiebreaker order will be in effect throughout the course of this one. And it could very much come down to those chicken dinner differences.
Right. So T24 still close, but not close enough to really have an effect on this Falcons rotation. And for Team Falcons, you know, we've been talking about them dropping the ball and struggling, and yes, they will not be champions today. But this final game, if it's good enough, could elevate them up in the top 5. So that still is a storyline. They're not too far away. It's not impossible for Team Falcons to get a top 5 finish, which, by the way, again, in regards to the club championship race, Falcons need a top 8 finish. They're currently in 9th place. So this is a big moment for Falcons in the overall scale of things for the club championship race to have a good performance.
Adding to that tally is great. They can keep contributing to their team to be able to try and pick that one up. You hope that they can do it. I'm sure there's plenty of fans at the arena who want the Falcons to do it as well, to help out on that club championship tally.
Love seeing the fans. Hey, peace to you. Great to see you. Getting excited, getting happy. Some of them getting loud. Yes, let's get it going. The final game. Yangon Galactica start to move in. This is very typical of their style, but again, you've got Falcons who might keep them at bay, and if they choose to drop south, which is their typical game plan, Fourth Thrives right in front of them.
They're moving on in on the west side towards San Martin for the Falcons. We're still waiting on Alpha Gaming and Yangon Galacticos to make their appearances. Of course, Yangon Galacticos, they're in the blue zone. Currently, actually, fairly close to it, all things considered, for them, certainly. They're quite close to this zone. Yangon Galacticos playing out on the south side of El Pozo and will navigate the bubbly terrain there. He bobbles his way forwards. It's difficult. I hate driving over this terrain. It's so confusing. You never know if you're going to flip your vehicle or not.
From now on, when I'm driving down a bumpy road, I'm just going to bubble over the potholes. That's right. That's my strategy. Yep. John, I like it. New terminology. They decide to go up north, that's great for them. And north really has no competition if they decide to commit towards water treatment, which could be a great spot depending on how quickly they get over there. But there's a lot of terrain and a lot of distance between them and that. APG also staying south. They're going to be in blue currently, and they have a free route towards the north. Both rosters, I believe, currently waiting for this next stage to pop, and it does encompass water treatment, which again opens that up maybe for Hora, who's going to be the closest. They can overtake that. YG might be able to move up, but for APG, I mean, so tightly contested. Yes, a free route in, but they've got to go in between Fourth Thrives, E-Arena, and then ultimately, of course, Noxian Red Force, Fireflux, so many rosters, and the same thing can be said for Yangon Galacticos. This is great for Moible. Moible's still dead center. They're established. They don't have to move, but is Order by himself?
Maybe. I mean, they are fairly split right now. The question is, how long can Moible hold this split in the center of this circle? Falcons are going to push in on the north. Regnum Kaya from the other side as well. They're looking to try and move on in. Otter on that northern edge could get in the middle of it, get stuck in there. Thunder Talk, everybody trying to get closer towards the east side of San Martin, towards Hacienda del Patron.
Alter Egos also started moving from the northern side. Curious where Yangon Galacticos choose to go. For APG, this is going to be a tough rotate for them. I'm genuinely getting worried at this moment because going up north, there's so many teams playing Edge, Fourth Thrives, Ida that they'll have to run through. Any of those fights taking place, again, this is the final game, and so many teams are very close to catching up in the top 5 or even bettering their spot. You move up one spot in the standings, that's potential thousands and thousands of dollars in difference when it comes to the prize money. A very real reason to win a third party and fire some shots safely from a distance. And for APG, I don't know. They've got to go up north, but it's still a long rotate for them. For me, I'm putting them on alert.
There's a lot of danger in this final match here of the PMWC. The grand finals continue to deliver on the excitement towards this final match as Yangon Galacticos navigate their way up the west side, over the top of San Martin, up and into the hills. It looks like Moible are going to try and hold on the Manor House as well, and play in the center of Hacienda.
Still, that split worries me, especially if the team decides to go in between them. That's going to get quite awkward, but for Moible, still all 4 up. Not ringing the alarm bells just yet for them. Yangon Galacticos starting to move in. They're going to be just opposite of Falcons again, who are all split.
Alpha on the west side. Look at this rotate.
Right.
They're swinging out and could potentially backfill on towards Yangon Galacticos here around the west side of San Martin. This fight feels inevitable. We could remove one of our 3 teams here and now.
Yeah, well, I mean, it makes sense, right? You go back, what, several maps now, and it's been Yangon Galacticos fighting against APG. The 2 teams cannot stay away from each other. Like magnets, they're drawn, but we do see maybe a bit of an audible as they start to rotate right towards Nakshom Red Force. But the good news is for them, they avoid 4 thrives, and they now have clearance to now get in to the next zone. But as they just get here, the next zone is about to shift. The question is, where does it go? But that's not too bad. That's not too bad. But Nakshom Red Force is gatekeeping the outer edge, and APG still needs to go forward. They go north, they go into YG. If they go south, they go into 4th Rise. If they go east, it's straight into Nakshom Red Force. And Smile is scouting, but I hope he doesn't get too carried away. He's jumped out.
Oh, Doc has been spotted, I believe, out on this western side. Gonna have to be careful, and Smile gets Doc down. He's going to find that knock, and it is just time and time again that he has dropped the ball for APG. And finally, it may be the death blow dealt towards Alpha Gaming.
Said I was ringing the alarm bells, and now they are sounding as loud as they possibly can. Losing Doc hurts. But for Alpha Gaming, a chance still remains with 3 players up, but you just gave an elimination to the team you're fighting against. For Hora, they start to push in for Team Secret, trying to hold on tight. They cannot, and they will be eliminated in the final game of the tournament.
Hora able to stay alive with 2 players down. The reses will come through. This circle is giving Moible a massive in on this match. The 2-2 split that they have right now should be fairly trivial to hold as it stands in this circle. The teams that surround them, that are creating this buffer zone, not super likely to want to crash right now. So they will definitely be solid to hold this 2-2 split into the next zone. Let's take a look at this replay. Doc hops out, and I mean,
yeah, hit and run. Hit and run.
It's disappointing.
Backs away, gets away, and it is. It is so disappointing. I know Seven is fuming right now because he's been setting this narrative, the Doc getting Doc going up by himself. I know doing the research coming into the global stage, that was one of the things he made sure that I remember. Doc loves to go up by himself, but one of the things they improved on is Doc started joining his roster once again, and that made them strong. But this time around, old habits refuse to die, and maybe the chances now for Alpha Gaming to win this championship have in fact gone to the grave. But again, with 3 members up, there still is a chance for them to take this, but they're going to have to work even harder.
Smile's just gone down from Yangon Galacticos. There's only 3 players now for Yangon Galacticos. They tried to move through San Martin, but the Falcons extract a toll on the road from them. And now from the north side, potentially could move down towards Hacienda, a decent spot that Moible have to abandon to hold this 2-2 split. So potential space there. Alpha Gaming with potentially their last rotate on this tournament. As Reefus gets spotted. Off now in the firing line. He's loading up to take these shots. And Moible across the way, taking down more players from Alpha Gaming. Ziol, the last bastion here for the team from Mongolia.
Ziol once again last alive. You go back a couple of maps on Erangel, our map number 4, Ziol was the last hope and dream for this APG roster, and once again the pressure falls on his shoulders to try and carry the torch for Alpha Gaming to take this championship, but he's surrounded by everybody. Luckily there's a little bit of space, but his chances of winning this are now slim to none. However, it would be one of the most miraculous comebacks in PUBG Mobile history if Ziol can somehow take this victory. For Alpha Gaming fans, I know you want to keep the hope alive, so I'll at least say that narrative for you.
Okay, I think it is very much an outside chance here. I like this regroup from Moible. Remember, I was talking about how you can hold that 2-2 split because the teams around you aren't likely to move. With this circle shifting down, they regroup from that east side because they know teams like DRX on their position, Thundertalk, Alter Ego, Aura on that north side, likely to want to try and take that compound on the corner from them. So they regroup, recoalesce, and play on As4, the only team in the top 3 with a chance of smashing that has 4 players alive. But Yangon Galacticos, 3 players on their side, they also still have a chance.
Yes, that's right. SakeCloud will take the advanced position on the compound. That will give free reign to Romeo and Renat to potentially move up. The only team around them is Hora. Depending on how this zone ends up rotating, maybe we do see a clash between Yangon Galacticos as well as the Moible roster, but you still got to appreciate where Moible is at. 4 members still alive. They now are joined together. There is no more of a split, and they're staying tried and true to what has worked for them, taking center zone. 4 Thrives versus Power. What's at stake with this fight? Well, 4 Thrives are currently 5 points away from catching up to Regnum Karya, which would put them in a better spot for more money, knocking them down. But it's not a guarantee. 4 Thrives are currently at 0 eliminations. They need to silence Power and take down the remaining 3 members. That would put them within striking distance of apexing Regnum Karya. But if they don't and they fall short, Regnum Karya will stay in 4th place, but they're only going to be just there because the solo is last alive. Hora starts to rotate over. Regnum Karya has Loxy just up ahead, but Hora, all eyes on them as they're taking advantage.
On the east flank here against Loxy, but Yangon Galacticos are moving in on the north side towards potentially Moible Gaming's compound. Another fight that could dictate the pace of this tournament. On the north edge, they could wipe each other out. Oh, Loxy does go down. Regnum Karya taken down with 112 points on the tables. 4 Thrives could definitely leapfrog that.
That's it. 4 Thrives can do this. Fireflux have fought hard throughout the entirety of this tournament, but I believe everything is starting to come to an end as 2 players are last alive. DRX starts to push up. Solus taken down as well, I believe, through the smoke. No, excuse me, he gets full back up. I thought the shots connected well. He'll continue to fight hard, but Kix wants to take him down. For Fireflux, a chance maybe to pass Team Secret, get up into top 12 as here, and Solus does hit a nice shot needed, but he drops down as a nade takes him out. Scarface, the last hope and dream to move Team Secret up.
A flush onto Solus there, and now Scarface looking to try and hold it for Fireflux on that south side. It's unlikely that he gets too much further into this one, and the tournament is starting to close down for teams left and right. We've dropped 3 now. Their final performance is done and dusted. Next circle pops, and it keeps Moible in, but it forces Yangon Galacticos out.
Yes, it does. Yangon Galacticos now have to push in, potentially pass Moible. The question is, will they choose to challenge? They've been highly aggressive during the finals. Scarface, though, all eyes on him as he continues to stay up for a little bit longer, but I don't know if Fireflux did what they needed to do to pass up Team Secret. Nat taking damage. Hora with the third party. Yangon Galacticos might be getting taken down relatively soon. They've got to play this carefully.
Ooh, 4 Thrives on the inside, looking to try and overtake as DRX are going neck and neck with them, bouncing back and forth on those tables, both trying to overtake Regnum Karya here.
Let's talk about scenarios. Alpha Gaming has a solo live with Zeal. Still within zone, he's staying quiet. Yangon Galacticos, obviously a chance to win this game with 3 members, but they got a tall task ahead of them with Moible just up ahead. Hora off to their off angle. Falcons obviously still around. Now, for Moible, let's say Yangon Galacticos does get taken down. Moible could win in 2 ways. A winner-winner chicken dinner, or just getting enough points to surpass the point threshold, which is currently at the moment around 150, 152 for Yangon Galacticos. So for Moible Gaming, they need 14 points. That's what's going to be needed to surpass Yangon Galacticos as it currently stands. Let's not forget YG is still alive.
The last time a PEL team were able to win a global title was back in 2021, and that was with Order over on Nova. If they can take it back here, what a story for the player. A 3rd global title, a resurgence for the PEL onto the world stage. Plenty of fans waiting for that to happen. Murnat under pressure. Sleepy takes a toll over him. He's trapped behind a burned out tree, but he has a sliver of HP left, and they don't quite have the angles to squeak the bullets around the edge there. The heal comes through, and Yangon Galacticos stay as 3.
Still a tough spot, though. Falcons start to move closer and closer to Noxium Red Force. Maybe a fight breaking out between the two rosters there. Remember, for Falcons, top 8 for the club championship race is important. They're 5 points away, and the team in front of them is the one they are trying to surpass. They beat them, they have a very real chance to elevating themselves up into the top 8. That's going to be a close one we have to watch. Another zone shift is about to occur in just about 50 or so seconds. DRX getting taken down. 4 Thrives, another roster that is looking to elevate themselves up to top 4. The chances here, they're hitting the shots needed, but they do have a down player. 4 Thrives is putting up a wonderful fight, but DRX is fighting back as well. IQ and Co need to buck up and obviously play this well. With only a solo left, 4 Thrives' job becomes even harder. IQ has such a tall task, and he's down, and 4 Thrives did not do enough to break in to the top 5.
And with that, DRX need 1 more point. The placements haven't kicked in, but they will jump up to be drawn with Regnum Kaya. I'm not too sure who will win that tiebreaker, but if they get 2 more points, they will be free and clear. However, let's reframe over on this northern side of the circle. Pops very, very shortly here. Of course, 4 players alive for Moible, 3 for Yangon Galacticos. Aura have an off angle onto the Yangon Galacticos position, and everybody has to move. It is a mad dash to the south, and Ida sits slap bang in the middle.
That's right. Ida have such a great position here. Such a great opportunity with 3 players last alive. Maybe even break into top 8 themselves. A big game is needed, but the possibility is there. Remember, winner chicken dinner is 10 points. That would put them at 94. They already have 2 eliminations to their name, so a very real chance Ida can break into top 8 over everybody else. Narvalo has fallen. Narvalo has fallen. Ralph will fight once again. Narvalo fully down and out now. Falcons down to 3. Such a pivotal fight between Falcons and Noxium Red Force, and potentially the final fight for both rosters.
Yangon Galacticos maybe try to third party this as well, as the Falcons go down to 3, but Noxium Red Force seem to be bleeding as well. E-Arena across the way could try and have an impact here, with 2 players looking to heal on up. It's up to Doc to hold the corner, but Koa wins the day. Another frag around the edge, and it's going to be Noxium Red Force continuing their bleed out. Koa drops down and away from danger. Yangon Galacticos wasting time here, not going to be allowed to approach, as TZ, the last
got the high
ground to find Ralph, will get 1. Redox now with a chance to hold it down for the Falcons, as Koa's fallen as well. Last player for the Falcons alive, and they cannot make it. Top 8 denied. Noxium Red Force with 2 stand too fast in their way.
Noxium Red Force, not the healthiest team, but still top 8. We look over now, and Hoarder starting to crash in. Weibo are getting broken apart. Sook has moved deeper in. Yangon Galacticos are also taking damage, but they can still third party Noxium Red Force. Question is for Sook, all by himself. What's going to happen here?
The placement points are kicking in now as well, so for DRX, they're looking good to overtake Regnum Kaya. Sook moves fast and out into the open. A pivotal position here for Weibo Gaming right now. Yangon Galacticos could potentially take the hillsides away from Falcons, who are gone already. Noxium Red Force from E-Arena as well. That western side could get dangerous, but Zyol is still playing, by the way, as solo, and he's in the circle.
St. Cloud's down. He can't get picked back up. Burnett has to move forward. Order is starting to go in on to Yangon Galacticos. They're collapsing in. Weibo wants to silence the Yangon Galacticos roster right here and now. But can they get their teammate back into the fight? They need to be as healthy as possible to try and catch up in the points category. Order taking a lot of damage, sleeping from a distance, might be able to mow it down.
He goes forwards, but he meets a wall of bullets sent out his way. And Weibo are throwing away their position on the northern side. They try and mad dash up towards Yangon, but it is not enough. They were 11 points behind at the start of this match. They are now 13 points behind. And the placements are starting to add up. They need a lot more than they can get with only 2 players alive. This may be the close down of the tournament.
I think so, brother. 33Z. I don't know, does he have a chance to get heat? He has crawled for the longest possible time, and 33Z is now in a vehicle, and he is going forward. Now, the narrative for Sook, I mean, Horda's got him pinned up. He's taken over this shack, and from one thing that I know, brother, from watching all these tournaments, once you have to go into the shack, it then becomes a death shack. I'm worried for Weibo Gaming.
Yangon Galacticos surviving is a nightmare for Sook right now. Oh, there's 4 players from Aura. You bet they've got an aid, and they are going to post it right through the window here. For PEL, their hopes may be dashed. That three-peat for Order slipping through their fingers. APG finally go down, which means that Moible are locked in at second at a minimum.
This is it. Yangon Galacticos can lock in the tournament right here and now. This is their opportunity. The only thing that stands before them is Sook the solo from Moible Gaming, the championship in their fingertips. Can Sook clutch it up? If he does so, he would be stealing the championship away. Hora continues to push up. Hora wants Sook dead to rights, but the nades can't connect, and Sook stays alive.
It's only a matter of time. He's taking coin flip after coin flip, and the Molotov is burning at his feet. It's not connecting, though. The spread's not there, but they've got nades pouring on in. No, they're not connecting. Are you kidding me? Sook is weathering the storm that is battering down this shack.
All right, Sook trying his best to stay alive, but all it takes is one good connection. Another nade goes in. Is it going to be good? Is it going to be good? Yes, it is! And Moible will fall. APG already out, and Yangon Galacticos will take PMWC 2025 in sensational fashion.
The madmen from Myanmar able to take the top spot here in Riyadh. PMWC sent over to East Asia once again, and they will be happy to receive it. They go down, but they have done the work. It is over. It's done and dusted. We just need to lock it in. They're already celebrating. They know what they've done, and they need to be proud of themselves.
History has been made. Yangon Galacticos, the champions. They worked hard to get here. They hug it out, and rightly so. What a relief it is to be champions, to cement your name in PUBG Mobile history. That's exactly what they did. And for the remainder of the points, we still have something up for grabs for DRX. Maybe they can pass Ragnar Karia and break in to top 4. But just like that, they get eliminated, but it comes down, of course, to the placement points. We're now down to our top 2.
They should have been able to leapfrog Ragnar Karia there, jump up to 4th place. But that is a beautiful result for Yangon Galacticos. They do not need a chicken dinner. They'll take it home on the points. Moible with a misstep, a wide flank out towards Yangon Galacticos, and that allows the Yangon Galacticos boys to hold their nerve on the hillside. They play up on the ridgeline. They keep their heads down, and they allow the mistakes to unfold around them, and that seems to be the story of the grand finals. Let everyone else make the mistakes.
That's right.
Play it sensible. Play it smart.
With their early point lead, they were able to just play good old-fashioned PUBG Mobile. They didn't have to do anything fancy. They didn't have to go out of their way to do anything extraordinary. They left that up to the other rosters, and like you said, that led to plenty of mistakes. Yangon Galacticos dominating the tournament without question. They refused to relinquish first place. Once they grabbed it, nobody was able to overtake it. The dominating performance in PMWC 2025. The final 2 teams fight. The only thing that's up for grabs is a potential elevation to the top 10. Ida moves up. Hora starts to fire the shots. I love the off angle from Jiggle, who's going to be just up to the north. Darkin might be able to mow him down. We already know our champion, but we still need to crown a winner-winner chicken dinner.
One more to be earned. That meal may be a little bit ashen, but it'll be nice nonetheless. We've also got things like MVP to consider coming on afterwards as well. Some nice prizes for plenty of players to try and chow down on to boot. Azora look to try and close the jaws here. Ida had the compound for the longest time. They were this bastion in the middle of this circle, and now Ora may be able to claim the final map here. And you can see the elation is sinking in for the boys on Yangon Galacticos. They are smiling ear to ear, and they have earned it.
Insane. And I want to say, Yangon Galacticos, we took note of them, right? We respected them coming into this tournament. But I don't think we put them as the favorite to take over the win, to actually be in first place, yet they took it by storm. They saw the opportunity, and they did not waste it. Darkin starts to move up. Blue most likely takes him out. If not, he's going to be very low health. Orda, Ida fighting it out. Jiggle from a distance. Another one will fall. There's Darkin finally out of the way. And Orda looks to be going towards a victory. very, very soon. Rita tries to clutch up, can't do it. Hora will take our final game of the tournament. But of course, the narrative has to go to Yangon Galacticos, the winners of PMWC 2025. Well done, boys.
Riyadh bows their heads in awe of Yangon Galacticos, for Smile, for Mernat, for Romeo, for Say Cloud. This is their moment. They have done it. That trophy sits in the middle of the stage. It's only a moment before they'll be able to ascend and lift it in the face of everybody who would take it away from them. Those keys crushed, and only one will be locked into that trophy.
16 keys started for this championship in the grand finals. 15 are going to be crushed. Yangon Galacticos, the only one to maintain their position, to maintain and save their key from destruction. An amazing performance. Again, a team that worked so hard throughout every single stage. Yangon Galacticos earning their spots, refusing to relinquish first place all the way to the very end.
As they take towards the Crusher, you can see they will be dropping those keys. They will be picking up their own to rise above the rest, to be the one. It is Yangon Galacticos.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have found our champions. Sorry, I'm stepping on your flag. The team, they persevered, they climbed the mountain, they survived the gauntlet that was Smash Sunday. Incredible. Congratulations, gentlemen. Emotions are, of course, running high. We could all see from your faces you knew midway through that game that you managed to secure the win. But for now, let's start things slow. Let's start things easy, okay? First and foremost, I would like to invite our key master, Dominic. He's going to come out and present you with your Esports World Cup key. There you have it. Look at that. And so you know what you have to do now, don't you, gentlemen? We have to send your opponents down from the grand finals, okay? We are going to crush these keys. Say, Cloud, would you like to start us off? Why don't you turn the key and start those engines? Right, the engines are started. You'll feel it underneath the feet. Hold up. Okay. Hold up. Okay, Marnet, you can. Marnet, you can flick that switch. Push forward. There we go. Reveal that iris. We've opened it up. Look at those teeth. They are menacing. Okay. Master Smile, would you like to wave? Well, hold on. I'm going to give you a count. In 3, in 2, 1. Send them down. All those keys destroyed in the Crusher. Your enemies have been defeated. 15 teams' keys have been sent down into the depths. And now that your key is the only one that is left intact, I would like you to take your PMWC trophy key and place that into the center of the trophy and go and claim your prize. Walk that golden road, cement your legacy. Yangon Galacticos as our champions of PMWC. Congratulations. Gentlemen, that must have felt good. We're going to get Coach Marco over as well so that he can do some translating for us. But wow, what a day. There's a lot of emotions that you guys are feeling right now. Please try to put into words how you're feeling at this moment, Romeo.
ကျွန်တော်အရန်စိတ်လှုပ်ရှားတာပေါ့နော်ဘာလို့လဲဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့အရန်စိတ်ပူရတယ်ရှေ့ပွဲဆိုနည်းနည်းအမားလေးရဖြစ်သွားတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ကျွန်တော်နောက်ဆုံးပွဲမှာကျွန်တော်လုံနိုင်တယ်ဆိုတာအကုန်လုံးကိုယုံကြည်တယ်ဘာလို့ဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကတာနေတယ်အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်တို့အမားမခံဘူးတစ်ဖက်သင်းမှာပဲကျွန်တော်တို့စောင့်တယ်အဲ့ဒါနဲ့ပဲကျွန်တော်တို့နောက်ဆုံးထိကျွန်တော်တို့စောင့်နိုင်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်ချန်ပီယံကြီးကိုယူခဲ့တာပါ
Yes, what Romeo say is, of course we are nervous. We are top of the league, you know. We just like did some mistake the previous rounds, but you know, like we just wait. Like we just play our own game and then wait their mistakes, and then we know that we can do it. We have a confidence to make it happen. Yeah.
Well, you definitely proved it up here. Say Cloud, I'm going to come to you now because I want to ask you. We've heard some information that the teams that you would like to place in the base of your trophy, the crushed keys, are Alpha Gaming, Alter Ego, Erez, and Weibo Gaming. Can you tell us why you decided to choose those teams?
မင်းဘာလို့အဲ့လိုအတင်းနေဘလို့ရွေးခဲ့လဲပေါ့ဟိုမင်းတို့ငါတို့ခက်ခဲတဲ့အတွက်လား
Eva Gaming ကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဘာလို့ဆိုတော့ဒီ day 1 day 2ထိနောက်ဆုံးထိကျွန်တော်တို့လိုက်ပြီးတော့ pressure ပေးတဲ့အတင်းပေါ့နော် Alter Ego ကတော့ဒါစီမှာဘယ်လိုပြောမလဲ PNS ကတော့နှစ်တင်စတိုက်ရထားတဲ့အတင်းဆိုတော့ respect
So what he say oh sorry keep going
Weibo ကတော့တည့်ရတိုင်းပါပဲအခုနောက်ဆုံးချိန်ထိသူတို့ကဘာလဲဆိုတာပြရတဲ့အတွက် so yeah
So actually, of course, like APG is a very good team, and then they gave us good pressure previous game before. Of course, Alter Ego, we respect Alter Ego because they are top level team. Of course, also Weibo Gaming. Everyone know Weibo Gaming. They are top of the league all the time. So we respect every team. Thank you.
That's good, showing your respect. Thank you so much. I'm going to come around here. Master Smile, we had a few opportunities to speak throughout the week, and you had some great performances, of course. You know, the crowd's been brilliant, haven't they? And you've got so many fans, you know, supporting you guys online, from home, family as well. Is there anything that you would like to say to them?
Thank you so much, everyone.
That's so kind of you. Thank you so much. Would you like to say anything as well, Marnet? I feel like I'm leaving you out. What would you like to say?
အခုလို champion ရသွားတဲ့အတွက်ကျွန်တော်ရန်လဲပျော်တယ်ရန်လဲစိတ်လို့ရတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဒီညီကိုရင်းနဲ့ champion ရတဲ့အတွက်ရန်ပြီးဂုဏ်ယူတယ်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့အားပေးနေတဲ့ fan တွေကိုလည်းကြမ်းကျေးဇူးတင်တယ်နောက်ပြီးတော့မောင်ပြီးကြတော့နောက်လည်းဆက်ပြီးအားပေးကြပါအောင်လို့အားလုံးပြောချင်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်မြန်မာနိုင်ငံကိုစောင့်နိုင်တဲ့အတွက်ရန်ကိုဂုဏ်ယူပါတယ်
So what he's saying is like, of course, yes, he nervous, but he very happy at the same time. And then because he make it happen with these players, he's so proud of that. Of course, proud of our country, of course. So he want to say something to the fans who watching online. That's keep cheering for us. Thank you for the cheerings. For the next game, we were waiting. We're coming for the next game too. Next time again.
I love that. That's good. Thinking into the future already. Well, congratulations. Stay right here. I will be right back because what would a tournament be without some standout performances that we have had? Be careful. Walk your way over here because we have our Sony MVP of the PMWC here standing next to me. It is Doc from Alpha Gaming, everybody. Congratulations, Doc. You are absolutely phenomenal. Okay, I'm going to head back over here because for one final time, Gidea Esports Arena, make some noise for your 2025 PMWC champions at the Esports World Cup. It is Yangon Galacticos!
A dream come true, written in gold. Yangon Galacticos becomes the champions of PMWC 2025. What a moment for those four boys here, being able to conquer adversity, launch themselves into the stratosphere as Yangon Galacticos is your champions. Joining me here to talk about everything that has gone down, Seven, Neptura, Maxman. Seven, this is their moment, a moment that they will remember for a lifetime.
A moment that nobody expected them to be here. This is a team that qualified through PUBG Mobile Challenger South Asia Cup. For them to be able to go that route and not really have that much global experience. Only 3 of their players had PMGC experience in PNWI, and that was back in 2023. What an amazing performance, Neptura.
Fantastic coming in from them. It's so nice to see some fresh faces in here, faces we've not seen in a while, coming in onto the international stage and absolutely dominating.
Taking down giants here at PMWC, outliving Alpha 7, taking down Moible Gaming, Alpha Gaming at the very end here, at this very last match. Truly just making a statement that anyone can dominate in PUBG Mobile Esports, and here Myanmar is the one to take it home.
It's a true underdog story, and you don't get them often in esports, which is so exciting for me to watch, for us to witness, for everybody at home to see as this team can rise to the occasion. And as you say, Max, the fact that anybody can do it, if they persevere, if they're able to put it on the ground, get win after win against all of these teams. And here is your confirmation here. Number 1, 157 points at the very end 7. They take PMWC.
They take it, and the eliminations were there. The placement points were there. This team definitely deserved this championship, but we got to give some credit to Moible Gaming. Nobody was expecting them to be in second place. Today on the final day, Max, they decided to show up, and boy, did they with the second place finish.
Moible Gaming, I am begging you, keep this roster. You have so much potential. If you can re-qualify to PMGC with this team, and you just play the way you did today in your next tournament from the get-go, I really believe this squad could be taking home so many trophies.
Winning Hong Kong, coming into today, us thinking it's only ever going to be a 2-horse race, Neptura, and yet Moible comes along, gets back-to-back chicken dinners, and then continues to make it happen as well. The meteoric rise we saw from Moible today gave me chills.
Absolutely, same here. I mean, it's so nice to see. Even when they weren't winning, they were getting those second places. They were getting those top 5 performances with a decent amount of elims as well, right? So I wholeheartedly echo what you were saying, Max. Keep this roster, keep it together, re-qualify, and we're going to see. This is definitely not the last we've seen of them.
How about APG? We got to give this team some credit too. As much as I've been hating on what happened today, amazing performance, especially in the finals. It came down crumbling at the end. And once again, guess who's the one getting that Sony MVP award?
No.
That's right, Doc.
Doc, he just keeps doing it, man. He just keeps being MVP after MVP, and the team just can't win a bloody trophy. It's just not happening. Look at this guy.
Wow.
31 eliminations on his lonesome here in these grand finals over the course of 18 matches. Doc is truly a legend, and the only thing that could really get over the fact of being an MVP would be possibly winning a tournament, but that has not happened today.
But at least now the hopes are open, Max, that we could possibly get one player just winning all the global MVPs for the year. If this team is able to qualify for PMGC, even if they don't win the championship, we know one thing's for sure, Doc will be contending for that MVP award.
I'm actually very excited about one cool thing. East was talked about to possibly be joining the squad, replacing Reefus, who might be a sub, and Baron becoming an actually a content creator. If that happens, this squad might be that might just be the one extra change they need to go and win one of these international events.
Neptura?
No, I agree. I think it's going to be interesting to see how that roster evolves. I really hope that they don't kind of split up or disintegrate completely for me, because I still really like them. We've been very frustrated with them over the last couple of weeks, like very frustrated. But at its core, this is a very good team who knows what they're doing. I just want to see them not crack under the pressure, because I think today at least, as soon as they got close to actually being able to get that win, they went back to old habits. They started splitting up too much. They were way too slow to rotate, too timid to take, decisive plays that would have won them games. They just fell back on old habits.
Well, let's take a look at those individual awards coming in here from PMWC as well at the Esports World Cup 2025. And we have, of course, Doc being the grenade master. Is there anybody else that's going to take that? Doc being the field medic. All right, he can't do everything here, guys. What's going on, Max?
How is he field medic when he's always away from his team?
I don't know. He's never there.
This guy, I genuinely mean this. I think that Doc has been the most enigmatic player we've ever had in PUBG Mobile Esports. Despite us being been so critical. He keeps performing and getting these awards.
But of course, Smile will be taking best in-game leader here. Is there really too much surprise? 7. Yangon Galacticos was able to push them through to the absolute forefront.
And an aggressive IGL as well, right? 29 eliminations. That's, what, 4 less than Doc got? So while everybody sings Doc's praises for being such a massive eliminator, you've also got Smile there with 29. That's not bad either.
I gotta harp down on the point that I made for Yangon Galacticos. The way that this team played here on their first global event, especially for Smile, in 2 years, and being able to become one of these amazing players, being able to win an award as well, that is just so impressive, and I'm hoping that they kind of continue on with the performance that they had. They show us adaptability, and when we talk about championship teams, that is one thing we always bring up. You gotta be able to adapt to what the lobby is giving you, and you gotta take advantage to what it gives you.
Well, let's take a look at the Honor dominations as well coming in from today, because I can only imagine... Oh, yeah, of course. Actually, this is, I think, across the entirety of the grand finals here. So Doc with 6 triple elims here. Ketch for Fireflux. We saw him early on in the grand finals, Neptura being able to position himself, and he kept on going.
It's one of those things where it's like, well, at least there's some representation somewhere, right? We think everybody expected a lot more from that team. There's a lot of big names on that team, so it's nice that they're able to be on a leaderboard somewhere.
Well, we've still got to talk, though, a little bit more about our champions here for PMWC. As Yangon Galacticos, you can see every single win, every single emotion etched on these players' faces, Max. Just fantastic stuff for them.
And we heard it during the interview. They said, we'll be back. They've got a taste of glory, a taste of success at PMWC. Now they know what to expect next time as this roster. If they make it into PMGC, the sky might just be the limit. The emotion, all of this adventure through PMCL to make it to this point. A true underdog story that actually found its culmination here on this last day.
Underdogs, absolute challengers these players are. They were able to qualify through that at Challengers Cup. It sends a widespread message to anybody that wants to become a professional player for PUBG Mobile Esports. If you ever dreamed about it, now is the chance. We just had a team being able to win it, and I can't wait to see what the rest of the year is going to be like.
Absolutely. I mean, imagine having this win under your belt, going back to your regional tournaments, being able to once again potentially qualify for PMGC now, and going, we can do this. We've already done it at PMWC. We can do it again. What a feeling that must be.
Particularly amazing considering, yes, there were some circles that went their way, but at the same time, where did they really thrive? As we take a look at them now walking over towards the totem here to completely solidify themselves here at the Esports World Cup. But as I'm saying, Max, not only Central plays, also Edge plays. This team had the full package here in the grand final.
Genuinely, despite us seeing them for the first time as this roster on the international stage, their Edge play was the best, and it was not even close. They would find the path of least resistance in the circle every single time, while not losing a single player almost. They're making a statement that Edge play is the way, and for them, it was enough to claim the title.
And it wasn't just the Edge play, it's the way that they were able to just gain control of all the ground near them. They were either, if they were in the north, guess what? There was not going to be a team anywhere nearby. Every single time we saw this team, they either had a 1-2-1 split, they had a 1-3, sometimes they would end up inverting them too if they found a position that was great for them. This is the adaptability that I'm talking about with this team. I'm hoping it continues on and even progresses going into the next global event.
I think a big marker for how good this team is watching the rest of the lobby adapt to them. They weren't going, oh, you're doing something, but actually we can get rid of that and make you change to us, right? No, it was the other way around. The rest of the lobby, all other 15 teams had to go, you know what? You're right. Have your space. We're going to do something else. They made these global teams change everything to suit them, and that is the mark of a dominant team.
And every player stood out in different ways. Say Cloud, the utility, the scouting was so impactful. Smile, the IGLing on the edge has been absolutely fantastic. Marnet, Romeo, always putting himself in danger for the greater good of the squad. Every player had their impact, and that is why they were crowned your PMWC champions.
And there we have Mike McCabe here, the COO of the Esports World Cup Federation, or the Foundation, and of course Yangon Galacticos now being able to position themselves here in front of the totem. It's a special sight as they will start ascending the totem. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, PMWC has not disappointed. And now we get to see as Yangon Galacticos will not only etch themselves in history, but etch themselves in Esports World Cup history as well here at PMWC. And for one more final time here, the dream has come true. Yangon Galacticos goes absolutely galactic here, live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. They are your PMWC champions! Magnificent scenes here from them, of course, to be able to put themselves in the history books. 7, what a performance.
What a performance indeed. Going from group stages, we thought that this squad was just going to be a surprise team.
Amazing stuff. Congratulations, your PMWC champions, Yangon Galacticos.